Robot fans near and far, please welcome to the field your tournament MC and alum of Team CERT, Emerald Air.
Good morning, Wilsonville. How are we? Good? We've all passed inspection? Fantastic. That is what I love to hear. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome so much to our 2025 first robotics competition and this year's challenge, Reefscape, presented by Haas. Reefscape is part of our ocean-inspired season first dive, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is proud to partner with First to inspire students to make waves with your innovation and transform into confident leaders. So a big thank you, everyone, to Qualcomm for their nearly 20 years of support and for investing in your future. Let's hear it. We are also very excited to be partnering with our Reefscape season presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leading CNC manufacturer, Haas knows the skills you develop this season create success. Whether it's helping you prepare for today's game action, an F1 race, or exploring the depths of the ocean, Haas is proud to support first competition teams around the world. So a big thank you to Haas and to all of our donors who support first and first teams every season with sponsorship and volunteers. We really could not do it without you. Let's hear it. Speaking of support, we are blessed here in the Wilsonville community to have the support of our school itself as well as the school district. So here to speak on that is Shauna Litz, the assistant principal here at Wilsonville. Come on over.
Good morning. My name is Shauna Litz, and I'm an administrator at Wilsonville High School. It is my honor to welcome participants, coaches, and spectators representing 34 teams to our facility. Since the competition structure changed about 8 years ago, it has been our pleasure to host this competition because it embodies so many of the things we value: problem solving, collaboration, critical thinking, and finding joy in being challenged. It is wonderful to see students and coaches from such a wide variety of teams engaging in friendly competition. Throughout the days of the event, I personally love to see the frenzied fun that takes place both in the pit and on field. We are so grateful to the strong community of support that not only benefits Error Code 0, but also makes this annual event possible. Thank you to all of you for choosing to participate in this weekend's competition, and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you so much, Shauna. It's wonderful having you here. Our second guest speaker is Dan Shoemaker, the school board member. Let's hear it for Dan.
So if you got up today thinking, if a board member speaks, that'll take this thing to the next level, you're welcome for that. I just want to say thank you all for being here. Just a couple of thank yous on my part. I'm a proud past principal of this high school, and remember fondly the work that I was able to do with Wilsonville Robotics. I first want to thank our host, Wilsonville High School, for the work that goes into this. Thank you, Wilsonville High School. I was driving by the school last night and saw the lines of vans and trailers dropping off equipment, and that's a lot of work and a lot of coordination, so great job on that. Secondly, I want to thank, excuse me, I want to thank the families that support all of our students that are working here. Sometimes we don't thank them enough, and I want to thank the friends that show up for these events. There's really no event like a robotics event, and there's no crowd like a robotics crowd. And so I want to thank all of you who came for that. And finally, I want to thank the teams. I know that we will see some robots do spectacularly well in the next couple of days. We will also see some spectacular fails, because that always happens too. But the amount of work that goes in behind the scenes for months should not be forgotten. And in no way should we think less of any teams when things don't go as planned, because that's kind of the fun of robotics, is things not going as planned. So while I want to thank the teams and all the members of the teams, I also want to make sure to thank all the mentors and other folks that are behind the scenes in the team. So thank you all for that. And with that, I'm just going to say welcome and good roboting.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you so much for supporting First Robotics in our community. Now it is time to recognize our volunteers in the blue shirts. They're right here up front. Please welcome our judges. They are led by Judge Advisor Caitlin Toohey. The judges are here to hear your stories, your successes, and your challenges. This distinguished group from companies and organizations where you may want to work someday. So students, this is an excellent opportunity to practice networking. And judges, thank you so much for your time and your efforts. You are going to have a difficult task ahead of you with this competitive group of teams, so good luck to you. There is another group of volunteers that you'll get to know down here on the playing field. Their job is to ensure fair play, enforce the rules, and help all teams compete intensely while remembering their gracious professionalism. Their rulings are final, and there will be no video reviews. Please welcome your reviews, head referee, first alumni, Natalie Jansen-Schmitz. Along with fair competition, safety is a priority at First. We want you to have fun and play safe at the same time. Helping us achieve that, please welcome our safety managers, Cole Wieland and John Wallace. Cool, I thought it repeated the same thing twice. Here at the event, we're here to make sure that your team has a safety plan. Mentors, please communicate your safety plan and designate a meeting place to your teams. And congratulations to this year's Safety Animation Award winners, Team 1986, Team Titanium from Lee Summit, Missouri. We'll be playing their winning animation tomorrow during the playoffs. As always, let's make sure that everything that you do at the tournament reflects gracious professionalism. The nominees for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award, which celebrates in honor of Woody Flowers, the originator of gracious professionalism, will be honored during this weekend's award ceremonies. So throughout the competition, please maintain Woody's legacy by acting with gracious professionalism. Mentors nominated by their team are the Woody Flowers Finalist contenders. Mentors and coaches, speaking of, you are critical here at the First experience. You set the culture at First and are part of the far-reaching support system we've built for students around the world who are realizing their dreams. To thank you for your efforts, we are having a mentor coffee at this event. So please join us at 7 a.m. tomorrow. We will announce the location in just a moment to connect with other mentors, with members of First, and just, hang out without your students for a little while. We know that many of you also mentor teams for other First programs, like First Lego League and First Tech Challenge. So a big thank you to all of our mentors and coaches for your dedication on behalf of all of our First programs. Even if you think that you just pick up food sometimes and drop it off for the kids, you are a mentor, and we could not be doing this without you. So thank you, mentors. Thank you, coaches. Finally, a little bit of venue housekeeping and safety reminders before we get started. Please note the location of the emergency exits. There is a fire extinguisher here at the scoring table. And first aid station is located, I think, just outside, and then we might have another one in pit admin. Safety, however, is everyone's responsibility, so please help us keep walkways and exits clear. If you see something unsafe, like a tripping hazard or a spill, please correct the issue immediately or ask pit admin for help. Additionally, we now have closed captioning TVs for our events. Yay! So please make sure to leave space in the stands for those who need to be seated in front of the TV, and keep that area in front of the TV clear so that you're not blocking anyone's view, please. It's important that everyone here have a safe, supportive, and enjoyable time. If anything or anyone is making you feel uneasy, please don't hesitate to reach out to a trusted adult for assistance. The FIRST community cares for one another. So if you notice someone is not having a great time, take a moment to check in with them and see if there's something that you can do to lend a hand. Together, I'm sure that we can ensure that this event is safe and fun for everyone. Okay, before we power up these robots, please stand for the national anthem. All right, are we ready to play Reef Skate? All right, most of us are. The rest of us will get there in a moment. Teams, let's power up these robots and get these matches underway. And please welcome your fabulous, amazing GA for this event, Josh Clark.
Good morning, Wilsonville.
All right, we are ready to get our very first qualification match of this Wilsonville event underway. So let us meet the teams on the Red Alliance, starting with 9430.
Sponsored by the Biddings Foundation, Salem Electric, and Ram Steel Company from Salem, Oregon, C-Tech Robotics.
They're joined by 3024.
Sponsored by the Ashland Rotary Club and the community of Ashland from Ashland, Oregon. That's my favorite team.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 2733.
Sponsored by Daimler, TerraZyme, Boeing, from Portland, Oregon, the Pig Mice.
Checking in on our Blue Alliance, we have 29-15.
Sponsored by Pacific Metals, Hat Club, and Autodesk. Also out of Portland, that's Pandemonium.
They're joined by 15-95.
Sponsored by Pearson Packaging Systems, First Washington, and Acme Machine Works out of Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
And balancing out our Blue Alliance, welcome 9600.
Sponsored by the RDC International, Boeing, and the Gene Haas Foundation. From Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to week 4 of Pacific Northwest District events, our last week of district qualifiers here as our teams fight for a trip to district champs in Cheney in a couple of weeks. First 15 seconds in the books for our first qualification match. Score of 12 blue, 6 red. All of that under fully pre-programmed autonomous instructions. Drivers now take the wheels of all 6 of these machines, and things get started pretty quickly over there with X-Flare, the 9600 machine over on blue, starting to process algae for the Blue Alliance. 6 points of score per piece of algae scored there. You see it then feeds to the Red Alliance human player, who's able to then get the quick layup for 4 points, mitigating some of that score differential. 27 points on the board now for blue as they continue the onslaught of processing algae over here almost exclusively from that 9600 machine, while their Alliance partners begin disassembling the pre-staged game pieces off of that Blue Alliance reef. Looking at the Red Alliance side of things, we just had our first algae get processed over there. I'm not exactly sure who did that one, but then it processed through to the Dragons human player from blue, who picked up 4 points from that. Red Alliance machine's now starting to work on constructing the reef. There's the pig mice out of Portland, lining up with level 4 of the Alliance reef for 5 points. That was good. Now they get around my favorite team. Prepare to drop off yet more of this coral score. That's the PVC pipes you see wrapping around the posts of that purple reef in red territory. 48 seconds left to play here in this qualification match. The Blue Alliance still leading by a little bit, although the Red Alliance is starting to chip away at some of that lead with these level 4 coral scores. Here comes a potential of 5 more points coming at you from the pig mice. That's not quite going to do it, and it falls back to the field of play, while my favorite team, 30-24 there, prepares to process the algae. 6 points to the Red Alliance score. Blue Alliance human player ready for the recovery. 4 points up and at 'em as our sonar pings sound. Here in our final 20 seconds of play, we'll line up underneath the center barge truss in the middle of the field. 2 Red Alliance robots currently parked for what would be 2 points to score. Big Mice, or excuse me, favorite team, airborne there for 12 points. They've grappled onto that deep cage and gone airborne. So that's going to be a 14-point endgame there on red. Blue Alliance score depends on whether the X-Flare machine is actually airborne. So that's either 16 or 6 points of Alliance score. We'll find out in a moment and get back to you. Results are in for qualification match number 1 here at Wilsonville. The Blue Alliance starts us off this morning with a score of 67 points to the Red Alliance's 59. They'll scoop up 5 ranking points. 3 of those come from winning the match. The barge ranking point, which actually both alliances accumulated, comes from scoring 14 or more points there in endgame. And then the Blue Alliance also had the autonomous bonus from moving all 3 of those robots and getting at least 1 coral scored. We'll be right back with match number 2 here in Wilsonville, Oregon.
All right, I see all 6 robots on our field, so we are ready to start qualification match number 2. Red Alliance, please welcome 44.
Sponsored by NASA, Boeing, and Davis Tool. They're from Hillsboro, Oregon. Shockwave.
They're joined by 64, 43.
Sponsored by Elks Lodge, VR Motion, and HIS, also out of Hillsboro, Aimbot.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 9567.
Sponsored by NASA, Boeing, and Daimler Truck of North America. From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbreakers.
Heading over to the blue side of the field, welcome 4043.
Sponsored by On Point, Community Credit Union, Evergreen, Aviation, and Space Museum, and Solid Form Manufacturing. They're from Yamhill County, Oregon, the Nerd Herd.
They're joined by 5975.
Sponsored by Diverse Connections, ESP Sustain, and Applied Plastics Machining. From Portland, Oregon, Beta Blues.
And balancing out our Blue Alliance is 6343.
Sponsored by the Appraisal Group, Ridgefield School District, and Tektronix. They're from Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
Okay, drivers, step behind that white line, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Quals match number 2 underway here in Wilsonville. Again, pre-programmed instructions in the autonomous period. Lots of folks reaching up, trying to pick up those 7 points on level 4 of the Alliance Reefs, but it looks like only aimbot over here on red successful in that endeavor. They'll pick up 7. And they very nearly picked up 7 more, but that second coral waits until teleop, and they'll pick up 2 points in the trough for that one. A little over 2 minutes to play, 2 points separate your 2 alliances. Taking a look now at the red alliance side of the field, reaching on up there, picking up 5 points of alliance score. That's going to be the Nerd Herd out of Yamhill County back there. They're in the, well, bottom right corner of the field for those of you watching on stream or screens. 2-sided events, so all my directions are messed up. Blue Alliance now back to the Alliance wall. They've got to contend with 1 Red Alliance defender there. That's the Stormbreakers. Just 1 defender allowed per Alliance over here, so the Red Alliance has designated Stormbreakers as that, and they have definitely broken the stride of the Blue Alliance over here. And now they've Tortugaed themselves up on some algae. They get free. Back and forth we go. Piggyback ride as the Steel Ridge machine gets excavated out of the way there by the Nerd Herd. And then again, y'all do know you have the same color bumpers, right? Quals match 2, 51 points for the Red Alliance so far. Make that 52 to the Blue Alliance's 47 as the chaos continues to unfold over on blue. Aimbot is over here just slow and steady building a reef for the Red Alliance. Tries to drop off 5 more points of Alliance score on level 4. It falls back to the field of play. Back to the coral station they go, reaching up one more time. Here's the 1-2 punch. That's Aimbot and Shockwave. Shockwave successful, Aimbot successful. That's a 10-point cycle over there on red. 20 seconds until endgame, and the wrestling match continues over here on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Stormbreakers is going to be the robot these Blue Alliance machines see in their nightmares for the next week. Over by the coral station, still mashing and crashing. Not even necessarily having to make impact, just causing these Blue Alliance robots to have to drive around them and crash into each other. Steel Ridge back to the Alliance wall. They're able to now pick up 4 points of Alliance score there on level 3 of the reef as our sonar pings sound, and the Stormbreakers decide to go find another hobby underneath the center barge. All 3 red machines currently parked within the barge zone. That'd be 2 points at the end of the match. They can stay there. 2 Blue Alliance robots matching that. They're both trying to grapple with various cages. Up goes the Nerd Herd for 12 points on a deep cage successfully. Not totally sure what the status is there of Beta Blues and that shallow cage. We'll let the referees tally that up and get a final score to that match for you here in just a minute. Match number 2 is in the books. The Red Alliance wins the match. That defensive strategy paying off for them there. 107 to 90. 5 ranking points for each of the Red Alliance teams. 3 from winning the match and the barge and auto bonuses. Just the barge bonus over there on blue. We'll be right back with match number 3.
Alrighty teams, I think we are getting the hang of this system. Qualification match under 3 starts strong with 2374.
Sponsored by Intel, Interstate Batteries, and Hopwa Engineering from Portland, Oregon, Jesuit Robotics.
They're joined by 5468.
Sponsored by PCC, Schlossler, TransCanada, and Kendall from Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 2550.
Sponsored by JT Denning Trucking, Lamb Research, and Autodesk from Oregon City, Oregon, Skynet.
Heading under the barge and over to the blue side of the field, welcome 3673.
They're sponsored by Boeing, Glasgow, and Gearhart Fire and Rescue from Seaside, Oregon. They're the Cyborg Seagulls.
They're joined by 1359.
Sponsored by the Confederated Tribe of Siletz Indians, Argosy Foundation, and Gene Haas Foundation from Lebanon, Oregon, the Scalawags.
And balancing out our blue alliance is 753.
Sponsored by iFixit, Outback Manufacturing, and FIA Custom CNC. They're from Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids.
Alrighty, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We got match number 3 rolling here at Wilsonville. The 1-2 punch already there of Chaos Theory and Jesuit Robotics picking up 14 points of autonomous score so far on the Red Alliance side. 23 points on the board, counting all the mobility bonuses. Just 9 points, 6 points, 9 points. It keeps bouncing back and forth over on blue. Some number over there on blue. We'll get things rolling here in the teleoperated period. Red Alliance now starts us off with a piece of algae processing over there from Skynet. Always watching, ready for algae. Was not quite able to get it to process, bounced back out of the process. So let's try this one again, one more time. Lining up, potential for 6 points. Blue Alliance human player waiting for it if it makes it through. That one's good. 6 points to red. And Blue Alliance human player will now try to toss it onto the barge for 4 more points. Bounce, bounce, bounce. It's good. After much drama. Blue Alliance side of the field now, we have High Desert Droids lining up for blue, picking up those 5 points to match the 5 they picked up a little earlier in the match. Looks like their alliance partners working on the southern edge of that reef is going to be the Scalawags out of Lebanon, Oregon, putting it in nice slow gear as they work towards the bottom right. Coral Station. Hopefully they're able to get things picked up here in a minute. Looking at the Red Alliance side of the field here, here's Chaos Theory from Bend. Back to the bottom left, Coral Station. They're now working on the lowest level of that Alliance reef, worth 3 points. Lowest not trough level. Moreover, it looks like they're just kind of filling out their quadrant of the reef as they reach up actually to all of the levels. They've had 2 finalist results so far this season. They'll be looking to make that a dub here this weekend in Wilsonville. Their Alliance so far making this match a dub. 113 points up on the boards. The Blue Alliance is 60. And Chaos Theory and Skynet back to the respective Coral Stations they go once more. And they'll do probably 1 or 2 more loops around the reef before getting ready to go climb. Jesuit Robotics for red now lining up on the left edge, the outer edge of that Red Alliance reef. That one's going to be a good score for 4. Blue Alliance has abandoned all reef building. They'll go to the center barge. Climbing up now, potential for 24 points total between Scalawags and High Desert Droids. Unsure if the droids were airborne by the time the lights turned off on the barge, which is the point at which we score things. So we'll be right back and get a score to you here soon. Results are in for match number 3. The Red Alliance wins that one, 143 points. The Blue Alliance is 84. That'll be our first clean sweep of 6 ranking points there in that one. The new ranking point added to our arsenal for the weekend is that coral bonus that you see showing there, earned by scoring 5 pieces of coral on each level of the reef. Normally, there was the co-opetition bonus there from scoring a couple algae on each side, reducing that to 3 levels of the reef. We'll be right back with match number 4.
Alrighty, we are just about ready to start qualification match number 3, and I have a simple request. Teams, please do not eat through the carpet with your robots. Please don't. We want this carpet to last as long as possible, so please be gentle to our field. Okay, PSA out of the way. Red Alliance, please join me in welcoming 3636.
Sponsored by Daimler, Greenbrier, and Boeing from Portland, Oregon, the Generals.
They're joined by 957.
Sponsored by Viper Northwest, Ram Steel, and the Albany Public Schools Foundation from Albany, Oregon, that swarms South and West Albany Robotics Maniacs.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 2521.
Sponsored by Central Lane Robotics, Google, and the Service Family Foundation from Eugene, Oregon, CERT.
Heading under the barge and over to the blue side of the field. Welcome, 10444.
Sponsored by NASA, Boeing, and Ortop from Gresham, Oregon, Ursa Major.
They're joined by 6696.
Sponsored by Microchip and Argosy Foundation from Corbett, Oregon, Cardinal Dynamics.
As well as 5970.
Sponsored by the Argosy Foundation, Lamb, and Autodesk from Beaverton, Oregon, Beavertronics.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 4, moving here at the Wilsonville event, and it looks like we've got all 6 of our machines in this match mobile so far, including our rookie team there. Say hello to 10444. Also have a barge algae score here in the autonomous period, which is just shy of unheard of. That one coming at you from the Generals out of Portland. They will immediately head back to the Alliance Station wall. Load up some of that coral. Human player laughing as he realizes he wasn't even at the human station at that time, but he's moving now. Interface of the Red Alliance Reef. There's the Generals picking up 5 points of Alliance score. It's going to be quickly followed up by 957 Swarm out of Albany. Not quite on the level 4 for that one. They'll take a level 2 or 3 points of Alliance score. and get to work once again. Another level 2. Back and forth we go. Blue Alliance side a lot sleepier right now, just 25 points on the board as we start to find our bearings over there. Right now, just 2 robots moving. Looks like we're gonna have Beavertronics and Cardinal Dynamics working the offensive operations here. There's Cardinal out of Corvette, reaching up, super tall elevator. That one's good for 5 points of Alliance score on top of that purple reef. Their Alliance partner seems to have a piece of coral stuck in their robot, so we'll see some acrobatics there from Beavertronics as they try to remove it. Looks like that coral actually successfully freed now, so they are back in the game. We'll see how things shake out here. About a minute left to play here in qualification match number 4. Red Alliance now lining up top edge of the Alliance Reef. It's back to the Coral Station once more, and then another level 3 score for 4 points of score from the Generals out of Portland. They've got these cycles pretty well figured out so far. And it shows on the scoreboards, 113 points and counting. There for the Red Alliance with a little over a minute left to play. Waiting for our rookie team to reconnect there. That's 104.44 on blue. Solid safety light indicates they have power, just no comms. Hopefully they're able to get back to it here in our last 20 seconds as we prepare to ascend to the ocean surface. Swarm from Albany under the barge, with their sponsor reel running at about 144 frames a second, so I can't really read any of that, but that's okay. Almost off the ground, grappled with that deep cage, just needed an extra second to get off the ground. They will stay parked for 2, as do, it looks like, both of their Alliance partners. And it looks like 2 parked robots over on blue, but we'll get a final result here shortly. Match 4 finalized. It's a Red Alliance victory. Your final score, 137 to the Blue Alliance's 82. 5 ranking points there, 3 for the win. Auto bonus, coral bonus on red. We'll have the auto bonus and the barge bonus from endgame park and climb scores over there on blue. See you soon for match number 5 here in Wilsonville.
All right, before we introduce the teams, I have a sweet treat for you. At this event, we have the Kona Ice Stand outside. So if you want to take a break, cool off for a moment, you can head on out, get yourself some shaved ice, get some flavors. I like the blue raspberry myself, but also maybe like a cherry strawberry deal. Pretty much anything fruity. Okay, keep that in mind while we introduce our 5th qualification match team, starting with 1425.
Sponsored by DW Fritz Precision Automation, Xerox, and Lamb Research. They're from Wilsonville, Oregon, error code 0.
They're joined by 3674.
Sponsored by SBI, Boeing, and US Digital. From Battleground, Washington, the Cloverbots.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 1540.
Sponsored by Polymaker, Autodesk, and Marie Lim from Charitable Foundation. From Portland, Oregon, the Flaming Chickens.
Meanwhile, over on the blue side of the field, I see 997.
Sponsored by HP Incorporated, Haas, and the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation. From Corvallis, Oregon, Spartan Robotics.
They're joined by 1844.
Sponsored by Polymaker, the REC Foundation, and First Washington. From Portland, Oregon, they're the Eggineers.
As well as 6831.
Sponsored by Rotary Club of Hood River, Sierra Olympic, and the REC Foundation. From Hood River, Oregon, A05 Annex.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Match 5 on the move here, and it looks like we'll have all 5 of the machines moving here in this match. Looks like we do have a 3-on-2 power play favoring the Red Alliance in this match. We're missing the 1844 machine, Eggineers, over there on blue. So we'll see what these Red Alliance machines get up to over here closest to me right now, reaching up towards the reef. There's a level 4 score for 5 points, and we'll also jostle the pre-staged algae out of that Red Alliance reef. Cloverbots working on that outer edge of the Red Alliance reef. Flaming Chickens now looking on the lower edge. They'll go for a trough score. It falls back to the field of play. They'll collect their own rebound and try once more. Error code 0, your host team. Kind of just dancing around in midfield right now, finding where they want to go in nice low gear. Elevator reaches up. It looks like they might want to dislodge some of that algae that was pre-staged on the reef, but we'll give them a minute to validate that. Blue Alliance side of the field, there's AO5 Annex reaching up for 3 points of Alliance score on level 2 of the Alliance reef. One more cycle coming in here from Hood River's team. That one's also successful for 3 points of Alliance score. Back to level 2 we go. Red Alliance leads this one by 26 points with about a minute left to play. There's Flaming Chickens out of Portland. Now to the outer edge. 1540 machine is good for 3 points of Alliance score. They've got a ton of coral and algae nearby that they can process if they'd like to. Although it looks like the Red Alliance strategy is mostly to go all the way back to the Coral Station wall. Cloverbots out of Battleground, scooping that one up, and they'll drop it off. It looks like they're aiming for level 2 of the reef, and that's good for 3 points. Blue Alliance now having to contend with a Red Alliance defender there. They've got both machines back towards the bottom right Coral Station wall. There's the 997 machine reaching up 5 points to the Alliance score. That one's good, while error code 0 comes in here and disrupts things. Actually ends up getting AO5 Annex jostled up of some algae here in our last 20 seconds. Annex able to free themselves with no indications of really heading back to our center barge line. Red Alliance, Cloverbots, airborne for 12. Both Alliance partners parked. And that's all she wrote for match number 5. Match 5 complete. The Red Alliance takes it home along with the 3 ranking points for the win, 103 to 51. That Red Alliance will also scoop up the Barge bonus ranking point for their endgame score and the Coral ranking point for populating so much of that Alliance Reef. See you soon for match number 6.
All right, now that we've got all 6 robots on the field, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 6, starting with 2471.
Sponsored by U.S. Digital, Fisher Investments, and Analog Devices. From Camas, Washington, that's Team Mean Machine.
They're joined by 4662.
Sponsored by Boeing, the Samuel S. Johnson Foundation and Northwest STEM Hub. From Scapos, Oregon, Bite-Sized Robotics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 6443.
Sponsored by Elks Lodge, VR Motion, and HIS. From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
Heading under that barge and over to the blue side of the field, we have 4692.
Sponsored by OSPI, Weyerhaeuser, and First Washington. They're from Toutle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
They're joined by 2811.
Sponsored by Boeing, Daimler Truck North America, and Guaranteed Rate from Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
And balancing out our blue is 1359.
From Lebanon, Oregon, welcome back the Scalawags.
Okay, driver, step behind that white line, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Welcome to match number 6 here at Wilsonville. We've got 6 mobility bonuses inbound, and the Red Alliance also picking up a couple of Coral score here that'll secure the Coral bonus, or excuse me, the auto bonus RP for them. Blue Alliance looks like the same story. And onwards we'll go with a score separated by just 2 points there, favoring the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance there, we see the Metal Mallards with that rotating, pivoting, twisting, bending mechanism of theirs to pick up Coral. Well, the award-winning design, I should probably add. They'll go ahead and try to dislodge some of the algae from the Blue Alliance reef. So far unsuccessful on that endeavor, while their alliance partner goes back to the Coral Station wall. That's the Stormbots. We saw the Storm Breakers, their sibling team earlier, working in a fully defensive capacity. Storm Bots now in a fully offensive one. Dislodge some more algae and off they'll go. Metal Mallards now processing some more algae, much like they did last week at Sundome. 6 points to the Blue Alliance score, and the Red Alliance human player not terribly interested in that algae for the time being. Their alliance continues to accumulate coral score up on top of the Red Alliance reef one at a time. There goes one from Bite-Sized Robotics. I've been informed their town is Scappoose, not whatever I said in intros. Pronunciation is overrated, but scoring is not, as this Red Alliance continues to populate the reef. They're aiming for that coral bonus, you can tell, as they continue to assemble each level of the reef. We are still a little bit shy of the co-op bonus, mostly because the Red Alliance has not processed any algae, or maybe I should say no algae has been processed through the Red Alliance processor. We've seen a variety of strategies towards getting these co-op RP, but for now, the Red Alliance is going to have to get 5 coral on each level of that Red Alliance reef, and they got 25 seconds to finish that job. Blue Alliance working on their reef score as well. At this point, we see Scalawags at 11 in Oregon, scooping up 3 points on level 2 there of the Blue Alliance reef, when the Stormbots will be our first contestant under the barge here for the end game. Deep cage, up they go. They got to get all those wheels fully off the ground to qualify for the 12 points at the end of the match. Alliance partners parked for 2 with, is that a mermaid on the front of the robot? To be determined. Red Alliance looking like probably a 16-point score, but we'll see here in just a minute. And we'll get a final result in just a moment. Match number 6, it's a Red Alliance victory. Your final score there in match number 6, 126 points red, 106 blue. Red Alliance scooping up 3 rank points for the win, 1 barge bonus for all that endgame score, and the auto bonus that we talked about earlier. Blue Alliance mirroring the 2 bonus RP, and that's going to be it for match number 6. See you soon for lucky match number 7. And since we're running a little far ahead, in case you don't know how this game works and I didn't explain it well enough for you, here is the game animation for FRC Reefscape.
Welcome to the 2025 First Robotics Competition game, Reefscape, presented by Haas. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to earn points by harvesting algae, seeding coral on their reef, and returning to their barge to ascend to the ocean's surface. Alliances earn additional rewards for meeting specific scoring thresholds and for cooperating with their opponents. Prior to the start of the match, teams can choose to hang a shallow cage or a deep cage on their barge. Robots start each match at their starting line and may be preloaded with 1 coral. During the first 15 seconds of the match, robots are autonomous and can be programmed to leave the starting line, remove algae from their reef, and place coral on their reef. If all enabled robots on an alliance leave the starting line and score at least 1 coral in auto, the alliance earns the auto ranking point. During the following 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the match, drivers control their robot. Robots can place algae in their net and collect coral from human players at their coral station to place on their reef. Coral placed higher on the reef are worth more points. If an alliance can score enough coral on all 4 levels, they will earn an additional ranking point. Robots can also deliver algae to their processor. Once processed, the algae can be taken by the opposing human player and scored into the net. When 2 algae are delivered to each processor, both alliances earn a co-op point. The co-op point reduces the number of coral needed on the reef to earn the ranking point and influences a team's rank in the tournament. As time runs out, robots race back to their barge to hang on their cage and ascend to the ocean surface. Points are awarded to robots that can hang on a shallow cage, and even more points are awarded to robots that can hang on a deep cage. An alliance that scores enough barge points will earn the barge ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points overall wins the match.
All right, everybody, thank you for your patience. This is one of those times where we played a dance song, not because we had a field fault, but because all of our teams have done such a good job this morning that we were 2 ahead of schedule. So let's hear it for our teams, getting our robots onto the field when they're supposed to be here, keeping our robots working, and let's keep up those good vibes so that we can have, hopefully, more breaks, or maybe even finish early. All right, with that, let's meet the teams of the Red Alliance with 63-43.
From Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
They're joined by 29-15.
From Portland, Oregon, Pandemonium.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 10-4-44.
From Gresham, Oregon, Ursa Major.
Pardon me, excuse me, under the barge. And over to the blue side of the field where I see 94-30.
They're from Salem, Oregon, C-Tech Robotics.
They're joined by 9-5-7.
From Albany, Oregon, Swarm.
Along with 23-74.
They're from Portland, Oregon, Jesuit Robotics.
Okay, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 7 moving here at Wilsonville. We'll have all of the mobility bonuses for each side. And the Red Alliance working on dislodging some algae here. That is not a task we commonly see rookie teams try to take on here in the pre-programmed autonomous period. But 10-4-4 is here and ready to play. Tie game at 23 now as drivers take control of these machines, and away we'll go. Here's Swarm for the Blue Alliance, back to the Coral Station. First and foremost, over there on the Blue Alliance side. Reaching up, getting their morning yoga stretches in, and they'll pick up 5 points of Alliance score on the Blue Reef. Followed up very quickly here by both other Blue Alliance partners heading back towards the Coral Station. There's Jesuit Robotics from Portland reaching up now. 5 more points on the line, and that one's good. They just about pry the Reef along with them, but that's all right. Red Alliance machine, Pandemonium, out of Portland. Deciding to test the laws of physics this morning and see if they can balance that coral wedged on top of the reef rather than placed on top of it. Strong gust of wind will probably knock that off, but for now, it stays put, and Steel Ridge will come in and add 5 more points to the Red Alliance score once more. Steel Ridge coming off of a, at least from my recollection, good offensive showing there at the Sundome event last week in Yakima. Looking to continue further up the leaderboards here at Wilsonville and continue their individual scoring contributions we see them doing here. Their Alliance currently trails by 9, but that is a completely surmountable amount. 47 seconds to make it happen. Blue Alliance working on their cycles as well. 1, 2, 3, pretty much all going for level 5 up there on, or level 4 on top of the Blue Alliance Reef. 5 points apiece. There's the 23-74 machine dropping off what would be a potential for 4 points of Alliance score on level 3. That one is good. And that score is coming at you courtesy of Jesuit Robotics out of Portland. Their Alliance partners, C-Tech and Swarm, both head underneath the Blue Alliance side of our center barge truss. Swarm up in the air, 12 points. That is easily airborne there for 12 points of Alliance score. Their Alliance partners parked for 2, so that's a barge bonus RP. As long as 957 can stay off the ground, they're drooping back down, and they have to completely clear the floor. Right, we just saw the barge lights turn off. We'll see if the refs think they were above the ground at that point in time. 6 points of endgame score there on red, and our refs signal they need a moment to chat this one over. Match number 7. Results are in. Blue Alliance secures the victory there. 124 points to the Red Alliance's 75. 5 RP match there for those Blue Alliance teams. 3 from the win, barge bonus, auto bonus. That auto bonus is mirrored over on red. Still way too early to talk about our leaderboard rankings. So we'll just reset and get ready for match number 8 here at Wilsonville.
All right, we now have all 6 robots on the field for qualification match number 8. So let's meet the teams. Red Alliance, welcome, 5468.
Bend, Oregon's own Chaos Theory.
They're joined by 9567.
From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbreakers.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 1425.
Out of Wilsonville right here, that's error code 0.
Checking in with our Blue Alliance, we've got 3024.
They're from Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
They're joined by 9600.
From Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
As well as 5970.
Out of Beaverton, Beavertronics.
Alrighty, drivers, step behind that white line, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 8 moving here at Wilsonville District event. Our Blue Alliance starts off with 3 mobility bonuses, red matching that, and then adding on 1 coral score coming at you from Chaos Theory. Can they make it 2? Going once, going twice, sold to the Red Alliance for 7 points of Alliance score, and that'll bring them up to 23 to the Blue Alliance's 9 as we get things moving. Looking now over at the Blue Alliance side. We've got 2 machines working on the Blue Alliance Reef. My favorite team there, 3024, rips some of the algae that is pre-staged there out of the Blue Alliance Reef. Their alliance partners, X-Flare, working on algae processing once more. They pass that through for 6 points of Blue Alliance score. And the Red Alliance human player from your host team, error code 0, recoups 4 of those points at a time, tossing it up on top of the center barge into the net. Those extra bounces on each of those pieces of algae as they drop indicate it's going to get a little bit harder for the human player to recoup those points later on. These algae tosses get more and more difficult as the day goes on, or rather as the match goes on and you fill it up. Error code 0 here, your designated defender from the Red Alliance as they head over to our top right corner of the field. Hanging out with that 9600 machine, disrupting the cycles mostly by just making them drive like halfway towards one of the coral stations and then change their mind and go the other way to try and avoid that 1425 defender. Just about a minute left to play here in this qualification match. Looking at our Red Alliance side of the field, they've got the Reef about halfway assembled, give or take a bit. There's our combination of Stormbreakers now in an offensive capacity and Chaos Theory. Stormbreakers proving they can play either side of the field. Chaos Theory reaches up. They'll pick up 3 points of Alliance score for that level 2 score, and their Alliance partners, Stormbreakers, were working on a 2-pointer there in the trough, but it falls back to the field of play. We got 6 seconds until our sonar pings telling us it's time to get on out of here, and the Blue Alliance machines are mostly already ready to go back to the ocean surface. There's X-Flare, I think off the ground for 12 on the deep cage climb. Beavertronics parking for 2. Alliance partners, my favorite team out of Ashland, airborne for 12 on another deep cage of their own. That double deep cage climb mirrored over here on red, at least 24 points. Looks like probably 2 more there from code 0. We'll get a final match result to you here just as soon as we can. Match number 8's in the books. The Red Alliance takes that one home, 145 points. To the Blue Alliance's 94. Not a single penalty point in that 145 event high score. And that'll be a clean sweep of all 6 of the available ranking points there for the Red Alliance. Just the barge bonus over there on blue. And with that said, it's nap time for me or something like that. We'll introduce the other voice you'll be hearing here behind the mic, Jankinos.
All right, cruising right along in our next qualification match. Red Alliance, join me in welcoming 6831.
From Hood River, Oregon, it's AO5 NX.
They're joined by 3636.
From Portland, Oregon, it's the Generals.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 3674.
From Battleground, Washington, it's the Cloverbots.
Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we have 2471. 25-21.
Cert from Eugene, Oregon.
As well as 46-92.
That's the Metal Mallards from Toutle, Washington.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We begin qualification number 9, and the Red Alliance makes quick motion over towards the Red Reef. 36-36, the Generals, grabbing a coral pretty quickly from the human player station. It doesn't quite make it up, but they're going to go back for another one alongside their Alliance partners, the Cloverbots. Over on the blue side of the field, right as we move into the teleoperated period, Team Mean Machine drops one coral on the ground, but they will return back to the reef to try to score another, and it also doesn't quite make it. Let's see if they can get themselves all figured out and up with another coral. Their Alliance partners, CERT, going over to that human player station. Their human player lining up, it's in, and they're going to move over to that blue reef. Elevator going up, lining up, but they don't quite move forward just yet as their Alliance partners move back to the human player station. 25-21, CERT makes that score up onto the blue reef, and their Alliance partners, the Metal Mallards, go to do the same. They're a little bit forward on that blue reef, but they do manage to line up, and they score it to cheers of the crowd. Mean Machine pulling an algae off of that reef and scrubbing it clean. Over on the red side of the field, AO5 Annex tipping around, but they do manage to get themselves all sorted out, and an algae scrubbed from the reef by the Cloverbots. We are 69-79 at the moment. Red Alliance now catching up to that Blue Alliance's score. 36-36, the Generals, elevator up, and they do make that score up onto the reef. And they return back to the human player station where they grab another coral. Metal Mallards on the other side of the field, elevator up, lining up with that third level, and they do make that score, but they're going to have to remove that algae in order for that to count, and they do make it count. With 45 seconds remaining in this match, Mean Machine swerving around the backside of the reef, elevator up, lining up to that third level where they're going to try to scrub the reef, and they do scrub the reef. They still have that coral in their robot, or sorry, that algae in their robot, and they're going to go back to score it in the barge. It doesn't quite come out of their robot though, and they're going to return back to the human player station where they are going to try again. We enter the end game period now. Generals score up and fill that level 4 of the Red Reef. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance has already filled that fourth level and are working on the third level at the moment. Red Robots charging towards that red barge and lining up. Cloverbots tipping that cage into the robot, and they're up off the ground. Mean Machine doing the same, but they don't quite get it. And the Generals, right at the last second, make it over to the barge zone, but unfortunately hit their Alliance partners. And we will get your final scores to you in a moment. Final scores on the big screen. Your winner, the Blue Alliance. walking away with a final score of 132 to 123 and 4 out of 6 ranking points. The autonomous ranking point followed by 3 ranking points for taking the win. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance still walking away with a very healthy 2 ranking points, 1 for the auto and 1 for the Coral. A very impressive showing.
All right, we are just about ready to start our next qualification match, so let's see who's playing. Over here on the red side of the field, we've got 6696.
That's Cardinal Dynamics.
They're joined by 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics.
And finally, welcome 753.
The High Desert Droids.
Meanwhile, over on the blue side of the field, we've got 2733.
Pig Mice.
They're joined by 4043.
That's Nerd Herd.
As well as 3673.
The Cyborg Seagulls.
Alrighty, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Wilsonville, qualification 10, and Pig Mice making a quick movement over towards the reef. Their coral doesn't unfortunately stick, but their alliance partner, the Nerd Herd, they do. 66-96 Cardinal Dynamics having scored one coral up on the 4th level of the reef, and a second coral gets scored right at the end of the autonomous period by the Nerd Herd. Coral into that robot very quickly, and they return back to the reef where their elevator goes up to line up with the reef. 66-96 Cardinal Dynamics making a shot up into the barge, and they return with another coral or another algae, and they make another one stick up into that barge. Bite Size lining up next to their alliance partners as Cardinal scores yet another algae up into that barge. Nerd Herd zooming around to that blue reef, and they make a score on that 4th level. 27-33 Pig Mice going back over to the Alliance station where they're lining up, getting a coral in their robot, and it does go in their robot. And they will move over to the blue reef elevator up, or arm up, sorry. And they will try to line up to that 4th level. Their alliance partner Nerd Herd does make it stick, and Pig Mice does the same. Over on the red side of the field, High Desert Droids over at the reef trying to get up to the very top. They line up, and it doesn't quite go on, but they do manage to make it stick. And they return back to the human player station, where their human player is eagerly waiting to deposit a coral into their robot. They may be having drive issues, though, but they make it work, and they are returning back to that reef alongside their alliance partners, Bite Size and Cardinal Dynamics. Bite Size just missing a coral, but they're going to go back and try again. Cardinal Dynamics gets a coral into their robot, and they go up to the 3rd level where they score it. Over on the blue side of the field, Nerd Herd making a very quick work of one of those 3rd level reef spots as their alliance partners, the Pig Mice, do the same. Cyborg Seagulls line up, and it does look like they managed to get what looks like an L1 as they return back to their station and just narrowly dodge their alliance partners, the Nerd Herd, who is now over at the blue side barge with their climber engaged into that deep cage. 753, the High Desert Droids doing the same. Nerd Herd is up in the air. That looks good. 753 trying their best to pull themselves up onto that deep cage, and just at the end of the match, they get airborne. As their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics, having made the move over to that barge zone. We'll have your final scores for qualification 10 in a moment. Final scores for qualification 10 on the screen, and your winner is the Red Alliance. Walking home 6 points ahead of the Blue Alliance, 130 to 124, and 5 out of the 6 ranking points. Bite Size Robotics remaining currently your number 8 ranked seed. A lot of those points coming from the barge and algae, whereas the Blue Alliance scoring a lot on the coral, but no algae to compensate.
All right, now that we have all 6, well, okay, now that we have 5 out of the 6 robots onto the field, we are about ready to start meeting the teams. However, I just want to put out a quick reminder that after match 12, we will have lunch. But in between match 12 and lunch, there will be a senior photo down here on the field. So if you are a senior or you know a senior, please have them come down to the field so that we can take your picture. Thank you so much. All right, with that, Red Alliance, make some noise for 1595.
That's the Dragons.
They're joined by 5975.
The Beta Blues.
Along with 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
Heading over to the blue side of the field, welcome 44.
Shockwave.
They're joined by 2550.
Skynet.
As well as 1844.
The Eggoneers.
Alrighty, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
The penultimate match before lunch underway. Red Alliance making quick work of getting over to that reef. Chickens having scored 1 coral on the first level, and they just missed the second one, but they're going to go back for another one. Let's see if they can get it just before the end of Autonomous, and they don't quite, but they will luckily be able to score that rather quickly as the drivers take control and they get stuck on the reef. That is part of their robot around that pole. I don't know if they'll be able to get out. It'll be a miracle if they do. But let's see if they can do it. Over on the blue side of the field, Skynet moving over towards the human player station. And the chickens free themselves. Awesome work. 2550 Skynet moves over to the reef and they score a coral balanced right on the edge of that reef, while their alliance partner Shockwave move over to that human player station, and they do manage to get it in their robot, and they're going to return over to that reef where they are going to try to score it on presumably the 4th level. They do very, very quickly. Over on the red side of the field, we have a Catlin Gable face-off as the Flaming Chickens against the Eggoneers. The Eggoneers are going to try to block the Flaming Chickens from getting as many coral as possible. The Dragons, that tiny little robot, definitely taking a jack-in-the-bot approach to building their robot this year, making it very, very small. Quickly grabs an algae and moves over to the processor, and it doesn't quite go in, but they're going to line up and try again. Beta Blues driving over to the side of the field where they're going to presumably line up against the human player station, and the Eggoneers lodge themselves, get unlodged, relodge themselves, get unlodged again. on that algae. And they seem to have stabilized themselves now. Flaming Chickens grabbing a coral and quickly putting it on the first level of that reef. Over on the blue side of the field, Shockwave, coral in hand, lining up to the second to last remaining spot left on that reef, and they're going to return back to their human player station, but they decide to abort that and move over to the barge, where they will try to climb at the last second here. Beta Blues, climber engaged, and it doesn't quite go on, but they're going to line up and try again. 4488, Rainbow, as they are up in the air, and Skynet is up in the air just at the end of the match. Chickens moving just at the last second to try to get that cage into their robot, but it doesn't quite go. 102 to 40. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. 76 to 34 preemptively. And we'll get your final scores to you in a moment. Final scores up on the big screen for qualification number 11, and your winners, the Blue Alliance, walking home with a score of 96 to 40 and 5 ranking points. 4488 moving up to rank 8, and Skynet dropping down to rank 5. Still a very high rank though, and the Aggineers moving up to rank 22, right next to their own team, 1540, the Flaming Chickens, at rank 21. Reminder that after our following match, we will have a senior photo on the field right before lunch. Senior photo on the field. So if you're a senior and you like photos, go to the field.
All right. Alrighty, I see all 6 robots on the field, so let's meet the teams who built them. Starting with 997.
Spartan Robotics.
They're joined by 10444.
Ursa Major.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, say R for 1359.
That's the Scalawags ARG.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, we have 2950.
Pandemonium.
They're joined by 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
And balancing out the blue is 2811.
The Stormbots.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Wilsonville qualification number 12, Stormbots placing a coral up on the 4th level of the Blue Reef, and the entire Red Alliance has halted, but I assume as soon as the drivers take control, they will return to motion. Stormbots making quick motion over to the reef, but they don't quite make it with that coral, and they're going to line up. And it doesn't quite go on, but they're going to return over to that human player station where they're going to try again. And C-Tech moves over to that human player station instead, lining up, just missing with the human player, but they get that second one. Awesome. And their elevator going up, lining up with the 3rd level. And doesn't quite go on, but they're going to try again. 2811, making that score up on the 4th level. And over on the red side of the field, 997 Spartan Robotics. Oh, they just make it on, and it looks like their mechanism happened to pull it off. I bet if they try again, they're going to be able to get that score to stick, and it does. Ursa Major over on the other side of the reef, their alliance partners, trying to line up with one of the algae to scrub it off of the reef. 1359 currently motionless on the field, but let's see if they can regain some control in a moment. Blue side of the field, Stormbots lining up with the top of the reef, C-Tech lining up with level 3. C-Tech scores, Stormbots scores, and Pandemonium with those googly eyes move over to the red side of the field where they're gonna go cause some pandemonium, and they're gonna stick themselves in between the human player station and 1359. It currently looks like they are trying to get a coral up off the ground. Spartan Robotics lines up to that human player station, coral in, elevator up, lining up to the driver-facing side of the reef, being extra slow and cautious just to make sure that they get it, and they do get it. Stormbots on the other side of the field, lining up to the top, and they do get that coral. As we are 30 seconds remaining in this match, Pandemonium looks like they're going back to their barge, where they will try to climb in the middle of the field there. C-Tech looks like they're gonna join them. Stormbots lining up at the top of the reef. They make it score, and Spartan just hits the side a little aggressively, but they do manage to get that coral into their robot. And there's a sideways cage from the Stormbots. Let's see if that robot gets in the air, and it does. Just ever so slightly. 1359 managed to get the robot moving again, and they are up off the ground right at the end of the match. Spartan Robotics making a last-ditch jump into that barge zone, and they managed to make it in just at the end. We'll have your final scores for qualification at match number 12 in a moment. Reminder, seniors, your senior photo will be on the field as soon as this match's scores are announced. Those final scores, they're up on the big screen, and your winner is the Blue Alliance. Is going to walk away to lunch with 89 to 58 points and 5 ranking points, moving all 3 robots on that Blue Alliance up the ranking order. Taking the barge ranking for those climbs at the very end and the auto for the motion at the beginning of the match. Seniors to the field for the senior photos, and we'll see you after lunch.
1, 2, 3, blink. Thank you, seniors. Will be missed. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good meal, got something to eat, hopefully ate a vegetable, drank some water, all those responsible things. And with that, we are ready to get back to our main event. Our matches starting strong with 27-33.
Pig Mice.
They're joined by 9, 5, 6, 7.
Stormbreakers.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 25-21.
That's South Eugene Robotics team, CERT.
Heading under the barge that actually makes me feel tall for once in my life. We get to see 46-92.
That's the Metal Mallards.
They're joined by 23-74.
Jesuit Robotics.
Along with 30-24.
That's my favorite team.
Alrighty, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Wilsonville qualification 13 and the Red Alliance already all the way over at the reef. Two coral scored up high for that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance not quite yet, but Jesuit is over by the human player station. They grab a coral and they're up and they just don't get it in time, but right as the drivers take control, they'll be able to score that coral. And Pig Mice knock off one of the coral, trying to adjust it back onto the reef, but they're going to go back to the human player station where they grab one of the coral and line up to that 4th level of the reef. Next to their alliance partner is 25-21, that's CERT, who doesn't quite make it on, but it just slips down onto that L1 where they will still get 2 points. Pig Mice make their score stick onto that L4 spot on the reef. Jesuit over on the blue side of the field swerves over to the human player station where they will return back to the top level of the reef next to my favorite team and the Metal Mallards. 1 minute, 30 seconds left in this match. Preemptively, 35 to 50 points, and another coral scored up high for that Red Alliance from Pig Mice. 25-21, CERT trying to figure out what they want to do next. Their elevator goes up, and they manage to scrub one of the algae off of that red reef. On the blue side of the field, Jesuit makes a score stick onto that 4th level. Metal Mallards trying to do the same. They line up, being very meticulous to make sure that they don't miss, and that coral gets nicely scored onto that top level. My favorite team looks like they are disabled at the moment, but let's see if they can come back. Their RSL starts blinking again, and their LEDs start moving. Let's see if their drivers can take back control of that robot and get moving again. Jesuit making a score up high on that blue side of the field, leaving only one remaining L4 on the Blue Alliance. Over on the red side of the field, Pig Mice with their arm up in the air as they try to line up to that 4th level. Shallow Cage swinging wildly for Stormbreakers as they line up and they knock their RSL off of their robot. Zip ties going everywhere, but let's see if they can still get that shallow climb as we enter the end game period. It's a very close match, and Stormbreakers are up off of the ground very nicely. Let's see if anyone from the Blue Alliance is going to try to come match them. That might swing the match if none of them can manage to climb. Metal Mallards swing into the barge zone, and right at the end of the match, Pig Mice with their arm up, looks like they were trying to go for one last cycle on that upper level of the Red Reef. And we'll have your final scores to you in just a moment. Final scores for qualification, match 13. And it's the Red Alliance who walks away with the win from this match, 97-89. Good portion of those points coming from that barge climb from the Stormbreakers. And 4 ranking points being taken by that Red Alliance, 1 for Otto and 3 for the win. Stormbreakers, your current 4th ranking seed.
Alrighty, I see 6 robots on the field, so let's meet the teams who built them. Starting over here on the red side with 3673.
The Cyborg Seagulls.
They're joined by 6443.
Aimbot.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 5970.
Beavertronics.
Over on the blue side of the field, I see 5975.
The Beta Blues.
They're joined by 1425.
Your event host, it's error code 0.
As well as 6831.
A05 Annex.
All right, drivers, behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Wilsonville, qualification 14. Blue Alliance elevators up, and they score a coral. Red Alliance elevators up, and it just ends up on the floor. Blue Alliance with another coral, and that's 1425, error code 0. Let's see if they can get that third one up, and it doesn't quite go through their robot. And the humans take control of the robots. Aimbot over on the red side of the field, sticking a coral up on that 4th level of the red reef. Cyborg Seagulls looking for a good place to put that coral that's in their robot right now. They decide to settle for a level 2 on the backside of the reef, and they score it. Their alliance partners Aimbot just missing, but it does go down onto that level 1, and they'll return back to the human player station to grab another coral. Over on the blue side of the field, lots of defense happening over here. 1425, error code 0. Having some battle for space on the field with Beavertronics, while their alliance partners, AO5 Annex and the Beta Blues, go over to the other human player station to load some coral onto that reef. Beta Blues lining up to the blue reef alongside AO5 Annex, and there's a collision with error code 0 as they all figure out where they want to go on the field. Beta Blues still with a piece of coral ready to score it on what looks like the first level of that reef. And AO5 Annex is going to do a little dance around them as they try to figure out where they want to go. Over on the red side of the field, a good amount of coral has been scored on that level 2 by the Cyborg Seagulls, and they are lining up for what looks like the 3rd level on that red reef. Their alliance partners, Aimbot, lining up to that human player station. They have got it, and they have a coral moving over to the backside of the red reef, and they're going to try to score it on that level 2. They do make it stick with 30 seconds left in this match, 77-39 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment, but you never know what happens in these matches. Aimbot moving over towards the red barge. Their climber is deployed, and they are going to line up and try to pull that deep cage up into the air. And Beavertronics just getting lodged on a piece of algae, but it looks like they are still in the barge zone. So let's see if that's going to count for points at the end of the match. And error code 0 up in the air. Good, plenty of space underneath their robot. And Cyborg Seagulls move over to the red barge. Looks like just at the end of the match, 59-70, Beavertronics just got themselves dislodged from that algae, and we'll have your final scores for qualification 14 in a moment. Let's take a look at the winner of this match. It's the Blue Alliance. The score of 99-49 and 5 out of the 6 ranking points. Walking away from that match with the auto ranking point, the barge ranking point, and 3 ranking points for the win. AO5 Annex and Beta Blues both moving their way up the rankings. Error code dropping just a little bit, but still your rank number 3. A lot of points in that match coming down to both the barge and the coral.
are ready to meet the teams for the next match. So Red Alliance, make some noise for 753!
The High Desert Droids!
They're joined by 6343.
Steel Ridge Robotics.
As well as 44.
Shockwave!
Opposing them over on the blue side of the field is 3673.
I'm feeling lucky. That's the Cloverbots.
They're joined by 1844.
The Egg-and-Ears.
As well as 4662.
Om nom nom nom. That's bite-sized robotics.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Qualification match 15 here at Wilsonville. Elevators up on both sides of the field, and a coral has already been scored on that blue alliance. And they line up and manage to get a second one up there. That looks like Cloverbots. Steel Ridge Robotics over on the red side of the field don't quite make that coral stick, and they go back to try to score another one. They have that fold-away funnel that moves out of the way of their elevator as it moves upwards, and they score that coral up on the top of the reef. And Egg-and-Ears coming over to the red side of the field again, where we are seeing their trademark defense getting rather in the way of Shockwave, who's trying their best to grab a coral from the station, and they do manage to get it in their robot, but not after a good amount of difficulty from the Egg-and-Ears, who are positioning themselves quite well in front of that human player station. Steel Ridge just missing out on one of the coral on the reef, but they're going to go and try again. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, the High Desert Droids, use their mechanism to remove an algae from that reef while also going up to score a coral, which falls to the first level. Cloverbots on the blue side of the field, elevator up, arm up. They line up rather quickly, and they are good as their LEDs flash inside of their robot. Bite-sized robotics going to try to take a good bite out of the scoring potential of this blue side of the field. They are lining up with that coral in hand, and they drop it, and it is good onto that blue reef. Will they be able to scrub that algae off as well? And they do. Cloverbots joining them with another coral to score on the second level. Over on the red side of the field, Egg-and-Ears appear to have been disabled. Let's see if they can bring themselves back this match. Shockwave, that telescoping arm up, and it sticks. It's good. 753, the High Desert Droids trying to move their drivetrain around so that they can get that coral out of their robot. They can't put their elevator down until they get that coral out of their robot, which is going to leave them kind of vulnerable and tippy. Let's see if they can get themselves unstuck there as their alliance partner, Steel Ridge, managed to get a coral up onto the fourth level on the red side of the field as we enter the end game period. Only Cloverbots going to climb at the moment. Will anyone else join them? Cloverbots with that deep cage sideways in their robot. They're trying to get it to settle properly inside of it. And let's see if they can get up in the air, and they do get up in the air. Shockwave just doesn't get it in time, but they are parked in the barge zone along with their alliance partners, the High Desert Droids. And we'll have your final scores for qualification match 15 shortly. Let's take a look at the big screen to see your winners, the Blue Alliance. The score of 109 to 83. 4 ranking points for that Blue Alliance. Lots of coral scored, but ultimately it was the barge ranking point, 14 points to that alliance, just enough to get that barge ranking point. The Red Alliance walking away with 1 ranking point for their autonomous, where all 3 robots moved and they placed a coral up on that reef.
Alrighty, with those scores in the books, we can move on down to our next qualification match, and I will be very careful to not walk over Zoe as she repairs our field, while we look at 9,600!
X-Flare Robotics.
They're joined by 957.
Bzz, that's the Swarm.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 4043.
Nerd Herd.
Pardon me, excuse me. Heading on over to the blue side of the field. Make some noise for 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
They're joined by 2811.
Stormbots.
And balancing out our blue alliance is 3636.
That's the Generals.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Wilsonville, qualification 16, and a lot of movement over on the blue side of the field. 2 coral scored up high, one of them missed, but they did manage to get an algae, and the Generals return rather quickly, but it doesn't quite stick. Let's see if they can get this last one, and it does stick. Stormbots also having scored. That's 4 coral up on the blue side of the field, 5 coral up on the red side of the field. This is definitely going to be a high-scoring match. Nerd Herd grabbing a coral over on that red human player station, and they rather quickly score that up on the level 4 of the reef. Swarm, elevator up, Nerd Herd, elevator up. Swarm sticks, Nerd Herd not quite, but they're gonna go and try again. X-Flare over by that red processor with an algae in hand, and the Flaming Chickens remove an algae, and they're gonna move towards that barge. Will they be able to get it into the barge? They rotate their robot around, and it doesn't quite go in, but they will go back and make another attempt. 2811, the Stormbots dropping that algae off of the ground for the Flaming Chickens. Meanwhile, Generals up very quickly with another algae. Back to the human player station, returning to the center of the field. Elevator up, and they're going for the 3rd level. It doesn't quite go in, but they're gonna go and try again. Swarm up to level 3, lining up on the backside of the reef, and they do manage to make it stick. Nerd Herd, elevator up, and that looks like that is all of level 4 on the red side of the field completed. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance also has all of level 4 completed. And we have a minute minute left, and both alliances are upwards towards 120 points. This is incredible. X-Flare grabbing that algae and shoving it through that processor. They're going to go to the other side of the field where they're stealing it from the other alliance, and they're going to return back to that processor and dump it in. Currently, 144-125. This is a very close match. Swarm scores on that level 2 as a lot of the other spots have been taken. Over on the blue side of the field, Generals very quickly grab themselves a coral, and they've scored it on level 2 as well. We're starting to move our way down the reef as a lot of the upper spots are starting to get filled. No algae remaining on the blue side of the field, 4 algae remaining on the red. Let's see if they can get their climbs as we enter the end game period. Flaming Chickens engaged with their climber. Will their mechanisms start to pull back? Nerd Herd, Swarm, and X-Flare all lining up. Nerd Herd and Swarm just briefly off the ground. Will Swarm be able to get it at the end of the match? Chickens up off the ground, and Stormbots doesn't quite make it in time. Swarm's corner just touching the ground, unfortunately. What a very, very high score. No matter who wins this match, this is going to be an incredible score from both alliances. Preliminarily 190 to 157. Remember that doesn't include climbs, so we're likely to see both of those scores go up, and we'll have those scores for you in a moment. Let's take a look at the final scores up on the big screen, and your winner, the Blue Alliance. 204 to 179. 5 ranking points on that Blue Alliance, 2 ranking points on that Red Alliance, 149 Coral score. Absolutely insane scoring from both alliances, who almost completely filled both of the reefs. Blue Alliance moving up the rankings quite a bit. 1540 moving up to 14th position. 2811, the Stormbots moving up to 10. And the Generals are now up in the Alliance captain positions in rank number 8. And it's time for me to go take a nap on the beach. And I'm going to hand you back over to your other game announcer, Josh Klar.
Alrighty teams, with that new high score on the books, let's see if we can beat it with this match. Red Alliance, make some noise for 6696.
From Corbett, Oregon, Cardinal Dynamics.
Joining them is 997.
They're out of Corvallis, Spartan Robotics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 25
From Oregon City, Oregon, Skynet.
Heading over to the field, pardon me, excuse me. On the blue side, we have 54-68.
From Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
They are joined by 24-71.
From Camas, Washington, that's Team Mean Machine.
As well as 15-95.
Out of Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
Alrighty, drivers, step behind that white line, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 17 gets underway here. All 6 robots picking up their mobility bonuses worth 3 points apiece. And we're rapidly working on building up our Alliance Reefs, primarily focused on level 4, worth 7 points apiece here. Blue Alliance scooping up 4 such pieces of coral scored. Combined total across the entire autonomous period there, 37 points blue, 23 red, and drivers now take control once more. Red Alliance side, here's Cardinal Dynamics reaching up for the easy layup there on the Red Alliance barge net. 4 points of Alliance score. They're not going through the processor over on the blue side to get their barge score. They'll just handle this all with the robot. Reaching up once more, elevator up, Algae down, and 4 points to the Alliance score. They're also processing Algae over through the side wall that's on the south wall of the field there. 6 points of Alliance score, and then the Blue Alliance Dragons human player there scoops up 4 more points for blue by returning it up to the barge net. Very Algae-focused match in general here on the Red Alliance side, but they still have some coral score going on, coming at you courtesy of Skynet. Blue Alliance, on the other hand, mostly focused on coral score. That's Team Mean Machine dropping off a few pieces of coral on levels 2 and 3. Our alliance partner, one of them, unsure which one quite yet, was processing a few pieces of algae. There was a bit of a backlog there for Corvallis' human player to take care of. And those all scored up to the Red Alliance barge net, which currently has 6, 7 pieces of algae scored in it. And it doesn't look like the Red Alliance is quite done yet. 48 seconds left to play. Still technically anybody's game with 20 points, or excuse me, 10 points, separating your 2 alliances. Blue Alliance, Mean Machine, Coral in hand. Heading over to the bottom right corner of the field, they're gonna meet up with Chaos Theory, who's running quick cycles as well between the bottom right corner of the field and the Alliance Reef. Working right now on level 3 of that Alliance Reef. It looks like, to my eye, they are at least close to a coral RP. Now the trough does not appear to have any coral scored on it. And that Blue Alliance does not have their part of the cooperation bonus showing on the screen, although I believe it was scored. We'll let our referees figure that one out later on in the match. Heading up to the center of the field for the barge zone now. 3 parks here on red. 2 robots airborne, that of Chaos Theory and Mean Machine at the end of the match. 24-point end game, up +2, 26 actually. Once you count the park there from the Dragons. Should secure things for the match, but we'll be right back with your final results in a moment. Results are in for qualification match number 17. Indeed, it is the Blue Alliance taking that one home. A final score 159 points to the Red Alliance's 118. That Blue Alliance did secure the co-op bonus, so they also secure the coral bonus. And therefore, all 6 available ranking points. Just one over there on red. Chaos Theory stays in your number 1 rank position. Team Mean Machine jumps up to 3rd. Great place to be here. A little shy of a third of the way through our qualification rounds. We'll be right back with match 18 soon.
Alrighty, it looks like we have all of our robots onto the field, so let's meet the team. Starting strong with 25-21.
From Eugene, Oregon, CERT.
They're joined by 29-15.
They're from Portland, Oregon, Pandemonium.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 30-24.
From Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
Opposing them over on the blue side of the field is 64-43.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
They're joined by 753.
They're from Bend. They're the High Desert Droids.
As well as 36-74.
From Battleground, Washington, the Cloverbots.
Alrighty, drivers, behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Rolling match number 18 out of 68 here at the Wilsonville District event. Reaching up now, we have corresponding tosses from both sides. Those of High Desert Droids and favorite team there, both of those pieces of coral landing in the trough instead of up on level 4 where they were aimed. However, Red Alliance side was able to pick up that coral bonus RP for getting the level 4 coral scored after all those mobility bonuses. Blue Alliance now working to mostly dislodge algae out of their reef, but they finally got their top level coral scored there at the beginning of the teleoperated period. Red Alliance leads by 2. They're starting to pick up level 4s here in the beginning of the teleoperated period. 5 points apiece there, 1-2 so far. And here comes possibly a level 2 coming at you from Pandemonium out of Portland. Thinking about where they'd like to drop this off. So far, a nice little while there of lining up, and we'll come back to them in a minute. Algae processed over there on the Red Alliance side. That's from favorite team out of Ashland. 6 points to the Alliance score. Human player was ready to go. From 753, the Desert Droids picked up 4 points towards the Blue Alliance score. Each Alliance has 2 pieces of algae up on top of that center barge with 1:05 left to play. Take a look at the Blue Alliance reef now. We've got level 4 qualifying at least enough for the coral RP. Levels 2 and 3 will need a couple more and some trough score unless algae processing, which actually, yes, both sides have gotten their co-op threshold. So you only need 3 levels of the reef populated at 5 pieces of coral to pick up that bonus coral RP. So a little bit easier for both sides here. Red Alliance also closing in on that threshold. They're going to need a couple more on level 2. And CERT out of South Eugene is on the case. 1, 2, 3. Here comes the 4th one from CERT. Also getting some help here from favorite team as our sonar pings sound. Out towards the barge we go. 2 blue robots parked underneath. Deep cages ready to go, ready to climb. High Desert Droids rising in elevation very slowly, but it looks like they're off the ground for a potential of 12 points if they stay there through the rest of the match. And on the Red Alliance side, just 2 parks to show for that endgame. And that's all she wrote for match number 18. Match 18 is official. It's a Blue Alliance victory. Final score 131 points to the Red Alliance's 100. 6 RP sweep over there on red, 2 RP, or excuse me, on blue. 2 RP for red. We'll get things reset and ready to go for match 19 here shortly.
Alrighty, it looks like we are about ready to meet the team, so Red Alliance, make some noise for 28-11!
From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
They're joined by 40-43.
From Yamhill County, Oregon, Nerd Herd.
Rounding out the red side of the field is 14-25.
From Wilsonville, Oregon, Error Code 0.
Checking in on the blue side of the field, we have 46-62.
They're from Scappoose, Oregon, Bite Size Robotics.
They're joined by 9-5-6-7.
Also from Vancouver, the Stormbreakers.
As well as 46-92.
From Toutle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
Alrighty, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Match 19 gets underway here with already a piece of algae ripped out and 2 pieces of coral scored over on the Red Alliance reef, and we're not done yet. There goes another piece of algae. Another coral scored up on level 4. The algae nearly scored onto the center barge, but not quite able to connect. Still 3 pieces of coral on that Red Alliance reef during the autonomous period, giving them a whopping 35-point to 19-point advantage as we begin our teleoperated period. There goes Error Code 0, and the Stormbots rapidly starting to assemble the Red Alliance reef, as well as, actually, here's the Nerd Herd also helping up there on level 4, picking up their 5 points. Algae coming through here from the Stormbots. They'll pick up 6 points, ... question mark. Yes, it goes through the processor. It's mirrored over on the Blue Alliance side by the Stormbreakers. They're over there collecting some of their own algae. They kind of have to deal with some intra-alliance interference coming at you from the Metal Mallards as they reach up and wobble their way through to a 5-point level 4 score. Stormbreaker's going to try again to process some algae here, and it's good for 6. Human player from Red, ready to convert it into a 4-point score for their own purposes. Eat away at some of that score deficit they currently have, tallying nearly 30 points. Both alliances have processed the requisite 2 algae for that cooperation bonus, so it's going to be just a little bit easier to get the coral RP. The Red Alliance appears to have already not quite clinched it. Stormbots are coming in to potentially finish the job. We're going to need some more on level 2, and that's good. And at that point, it does look like the coral RP is secured on Red. Blue side still waiting on some level 2 coral as well, although they might just go with the trough instead, which is looking close but not quite. Still plenty of time, 30 seconds left to score more coral there. Red Alliance isn't content with just the RP. They'd like a completely full reef as well, and they are making quick headway on that. Still got about 10 slots left for coral, and Stormbots are on the case. Here comes one, going for level 3. I think that's good for 4 points of Alliance score, and they'll zip away to the barge zone. Code 0 up for 12. Nerd Herd up for 12. Stormbots, can we get the triple climb? Oh, yeah. And that's it for match 19. Results are in from match number 19. The Red Alliance secures the victory. Your final score, 185 points. to the Blue Alliance is 104. That is another 6-2 ranking point split of a match, with that Red Alliance pulling in all of the bonuses as well as the 3 for winning the match. Code Zero holds on to the number 2 ranked position. Stormbots up to 4th, dislodging the Stormbreakers on the way, who fall down to 5th. See you soon for match number 20 here at Wilsonville.
All right, I think we are ready to meet the teams in this next qualification match. So Red Alliance, help me in welcoming 36-36.
They're from Portland, Oregon. They're the Generals.
Joining them is 94-30.
From Salem, C-Tech Robotics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 18-44.
That's another team from Portland, the Eggineers.
Pardon, excuse me. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we have 44.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Shockwave.
They're joined by 54-68.
They're from Bend, Chaos Theory.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 27-33.
From Portland, Pig Mice.
All right, drivers, behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 20, moving here at Wilsonville. Getting things started with 1 piece of coral on each side. Blue take a slight lead here with now 2 more scored. Those coming courtesy of Shockwave and Chaos Theory. Chaos Theory goes in for thirds, and that one's going to be good. 34 points on the board for Blue to the Red Alliance's 19, and we get things rolling with drivers at the controls. Here's the Generals out of Portland reaching up for the Red Alliance, and then right back down, back to the Coral Station they go, reaching up once more to level 4 of the Red Alliance Reef. That's good for 5. Back to the wall they go, and they'll start dialing these cycles in. Plenty of spaces for them to score on, and plenty of time to do it. They've sent the Eggineers across the field over to the Blue Alliance territory to lock down that top right Coral Station, keeping Pig Mice from being able to access it. The battle of the Portland teams over there in Blue Seas. Chaos Theory, human player, trying to drop Coral into the machine of Pig Mice, and then here comes their own Chaos Theory machine. The 1-2 rotation towards the Blue Reef. And those level 4 scores are good. In comes the defender there, Eganeers, pushing and shoving, trying to knock these Blue Alliance machines just slightly off their expected course. But now they get caught in a mosh pit of kind of their own making as they head over towards the bottom right loading station, and Shockwave somewhat fights back. We see those bumpers lifting over there on the Eganeers machine as they get kind of tossed around from some of these heavy impacts. Just under a minute to play. Blue Alliance, despite all of that noise in their territory, leading by quite a lot. Red Alliance machines looking to make up some of the difference. There's Generals. Coral Station load is good. They'll bring it over to level 3 of the Alliance Reef. Oops, that was level 4. That's good for 5 points. Their Alliance partner doing some donuts here. C-Tech Robotics in their second year of competition. Spinning around, spinning around. They had to free a piece of coral that was stuck in the robot. The second one they pick up is good for 4 points of Alliance score on level 3 of the Alliance Reef. Sonar pings sounding. It's our final 20 seconds, and already some commotion under the Red Alliance side of the barge, but the C-Tech machine is able to get airborne for 12 points on a deep cage. Chaos Theory mirroring it on blue. Can their Alliance partners join them? It looks like that's going to be a probably from Shockwave, but no dice from Pigmice as the match expires. Qualification match 20 is official as a Blue Alliance victory, 153 points to 109. Just 4 ranking points for each of those Blue Alliance teams, 3 from winning the match, and all that endgame score getting them the barge bonus. Barge bonus and the autonomous leave bonus over there on red. Be right back with match 21 in just a moment.
Alrighty, let's meet the teams for this next match, starting on the Red Alliance with 957.
From Albany, Oregon, Swarm.
Joining them is 1595.
They're from Spokane, the Dragons.
Rounding out our Red Alliance is 2550.
From Oregon City, Skynet.
over to the blue side of the field, I see 6343.
From Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
They're joined by 6831.
From Hood River, Oregon, A05 Annex.
And bouncing out the blue is 9600.
From Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 21 moving here at Wilsonville. We'll have 5 mobility bonuses so far. Make that 6 as X-Flare joins us here in the autonomous period. And they'll drop off a trough score for the Blue Alliance, fully pre-programmed there. Various others score across both Alliance Reefs. Looks like we're going to have 2 pieces of coral scored on each level 4. 7 points apiece. It was nearly a tie game coming out of the autonomous period now, and drivers will now take the controls. X-Flare from Blue running back across the field, I guess. They were over on the Red Alliance side of the field and then rapidly ran over to the blue side to process some algae. There's 1, there's 2, 12 points total added by X-Flare, and then the human player from Red. Looks like that's going to be the Dragons human player, scooping up 8 points of rebound score, tossing those processed algae up into the barge net. X-Flare not slowing down, adding 6 points apiece. There goes yet another one through the algae processor. 4th one bounces back for a brief moment, but they're able to finally get it to go. Just tons of algae making its way through over there on the Blue Alliance side. That helps them maintain a 3-point lead right now. Swarm working to counteract that with various level 4 coral score up on the Alliance Reef, also moving algae out of the way to make room for more coral. They're going to move on to level 3 now and pick up 4 points a pop. That Red Alliance barge net looking mighty full with 5 pieces of coral in it so far, and here's the 6th one becoming available after that Blue Alliance algae process. Starting to move out of easy layup territory there for the Red Alliance algae. We'll have to start working on 2.5-point range, if you will. We're reinventing basketball today. 2.5-pointer good, but it's actually for 4 points on the Red Alliance side. They now have a slight lead, 115 to 106. This coral work over here by Swarm and Skynet really getting the job done. Sonar ping sounds. We already had all 3 Red Alliance robots parked and ready to go for an early retirement. They're rising up is going to be Skynet, always watching for 12 points. Dragons parked for 2 right beside them, and there goes Swarm up on another deep cage for 12. Now what is the Blue Alliance's answer? They have 3 seconds to write one. Forget all prior instructions, count total match score. We'll be back in just a moment. Results are in for quals match number 21. The Red Alliance wins that one. Your final score 146 to the Blue Alliance's 138. 5 of the 6 available ranking points, only missing the Coral there on the Red Alliance side. And the autonomous bonus on Blue is going to be it for match 21. We'll see you soon for match 22.
All right, we are just about ready to get this next match underway. So Red Alliance, join me in welcoming 2374.
From Portland, Oregon, Jesuit Robotics.
Joining them is 1540.
Another team out of Portland, they're the Flaming Chickens.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 6696.
From Corbett, Oregon, Cardinal Dynamics.
Heading over to the blue side of the field is 3673.
From Seaside, the Cyborg Seagulls.
They're joined by 997.
They're out of Corvallis, Spartan Robotics.
And bouncing off the blue is 2471.
From Camas, Washington, Team Mean Machine.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 22 moving here. We already have a 7-pointer scored courtesy of the Flaming Chickens. They went to go scoop up another one, but no dice. Their Alliance partners also picking up 7 there. That's Cardinal Dynamics for their level 4 Coral score. Lots of clear indications of how these autonomi are going to evolve later on in the competition. As we see most of the movement already in place, it's just a matter of dialing in the actual feeding of game pieces here. Tie game at 23. Red Alliance quickly moves to change that with Flaming Chickens and Jesuit Robotics both moving, and Cardinal Dynamics both moving to lift Algae up onto the barge net directly. early on. There goes another 4-point Algae score here. They're completely bypassing the Algae processor along the field wall. Minute and a half left to play. Red Alliance with a very slight lead, 4 points so far. Let's see what the Blue Alliance is doing to counteract that. It's mostly Coral Cycles here, as we see Mean Machine lining up for a level 4, and then changing their plans, resetting again, almost getting the Coral stuck in the robot. They'll drop that Coral and head back to the kind of sea of it that is laying on the ground. Alliance partners out of Corvallis. Spartan Robotics loading up Coral from their human players at the Coral Station wall. Around the long way around the reef, aiming for that level 4 score. 5 points on the line. Will it drop? The answer is strong maybe. There it is. That's good. 5 more points on the Blue Alliance side, but Red just a bit quicker to assemble these cycles. They've extended what was a 3-point lead into what is now a 30-ish point lead. And ever growing with 35 seconds left to play. Blue Alliance Machine, Cyborg Seagulls looking at some of those lower levels of the Blue Alliance Reef. Worth 3 and 4 points for those. Picking up a few as they go. It looks like they might have one more cycle in them here as our sonar pings sound. They'll aim for maybe level 2. Nope, they'll hold on to the Coral and head off to the barge zone where 5 of our 6 robots directed themselves. One of them getting definitely airborne, that's Flaming Chickens. And as for the rest, we'll tally it up and get back to you here in just a moment. Match number 22 is official. The Red Alliance wins that one 137 to 114. 5 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams, helping them all move a little ways up the leaderboard. Just a couple of slots each, and the Blue Alliance scooping up just the autonomous bonus ranking point there. We'll get reset for match 23 here shortly.
All right, everybody, let's try and stay right on time. Our robots have been doing a fabulous job of showing up and working fabulously, and I just want to thank everyone for that. It makes the event so much more fun when all of our robots can compete. Speaking of, let's meet the teams. On the Red Alliance, we have 1359.
From Lebanon, Oregon, the Scalawags.
They're joined by 5970.
They're from Beaverton, Beavertronics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 4662.
From Scappoose, the bite-sized Robotics.
Heading on over to the blue side of the field, welcome 4692.
They're from Toutle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
They're joined by 10444.
From Gresham, Ursa Major.
And balancing out our blue alliance, 5975.
From Portland, Oregon, Beta Blues.
Alrighty, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 23 moving here at Wilsonville. Reaching up towards the sky, we have both the Red Alliance machine of Bite-Sized and the Blue Alliance machine of Metal Mallards. Mallards actually able to connect there for 7 points of Alliance score. And otherwise a very calm autonomous period for match 23. 16 points on the board for blue, 12 for red. And drivers will now take the controls. Off we go. Blue Alliance machines up towards the Coral Station wall. Beta Blues lining up, waiting for the human player to pass a long piece of coral into that machine. And that one is good while their Alliance partners work to dislodge some of the algae that is pre-staged in the Blue Alliance reef. Red Alliance side of the field, Bite-Sized Robotics reaching forward real slow here to drop off a 5-point level for coral score. Say that 10 times fast. That one's good. They'll go back to the Coral Station wall and reset one more time. Still just 22 points on the board there for red so far. Waiting on the Scalawags here to be able to feed their robot successfully. A couple of attempts just so far, not quite able to get the coral to land in their feeder mechanism. Their feeder mechanism is pretty much a direct cylindrical grabber thing. It's almost like a bucket that they're trying to land these into. So now they're going to move to picking them up off the floor rather than trying to feed directly. More luck there. Scalawag's able to briefly grab and then drop that piece of coral. Blue line side, we've got rookie team Ursa Major lifting a piece of algae out of the Blue Alliance reef. They'll come over here towards the Alliance wall to process it. 6 points and it's good. And the Scalawag's human player it's good for 4 points of Red Alliance score as they toss that up onto the barge. Getting ready now for our endgame period here in just a few seconds. Blue Alliance has a very slight little lead. We'll see how long that sticks around. Red Alliance machines prepping for a climb on those deep cages to help turn things back around. Each of those deep cages would be worth 12 points if a robot can be fully supported by it. And off the ground. Scalawags, kind of good, kind of not good. They're swinging pretty wildly here. We'll see if they're able to stay airborne when the lights turn off on the barge. It looks like that'll be our only robot able to fully climb, or potentially climb, in our end game. Results are in for match number 23. The Blue Alliance wins this one with a final score of 56 to the Red Alliance's 52. Just 4 ranking points for each of those Blue Alliance teams, 2 ranking points for each of the Red. Leaderboard kind of shuffles up, but it's still too early to talk too much in depth about that a third of the way through our quals rounds. We'll be right back with match 24.
All right, we are about ready to start our next match, so let's do a speed run to meet the teams. Starting off with 957.
From Albany, Oregon, Swarm.
3024.
From Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
And 9567.
From Vancouver, Washington, Stormbreakers.
Meanwhile, over on the blue side of the field, we have 6443.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
2521.
From Eugene, Oregon, CERT.
And 1595.
They're from Spokane, the Dragons.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
The match begins and the Blue Alliance machines all race over towards the Blue Alliance Reef in quick order, picking up 14 points. Let's make that 21 as they drop Coral up on the top row. Reaching up one more time. Here goes Aimbot trying for another one. Falls back to the field of play. Actually, excuse me, theirs landed. Their alliance partners fell back. That was Cert. Still quite a showing in the autonomous period, and Blue will have a 6-point lead now going into the teleoperated period. There's my favorite team out of Ashland, Oregon, reaching up, grabbing Algae out of the Red Alliance Reef. They'll reach up to drop it on top of the barge. They skip the processor as well and just go straight for the score. 4 points of Alliance score added on, and they'll head back, I think, towards the Coral Station. No, they'll go back to the Reef to grab yet more Algae out of it to score later on. Blue Alliance Dragon's machine has come over to the side of the field as well to say hi. Looking to lock down one of those Coral Stations, make it a little bit harder for this Red Alliance to cycle. However, Red Alliance is very resilient here, rerouting very quickly, even doing some deviating strategies here of jumping in towards Coral Station and then rerouting after they've parked there to try and chase this defender off. That said, Dragons have a very strong drive base here. They're able to push that 957 machine around pretty trivially. Come back to that one here in just a moment. Blue Alliance side of the field. Kind of a similar flavor of chaos unfolding over there as Team Cert tries to get to the Coral Station and has to fight their way through the Stormbreakers machine. Stormbreakers have already shown some prior formidable defense in this event, and they're not exactly letting up now here in match 24. Just 8 seconds until our endgame sonar pings sound. Blue Alliance trailing by about 31 points. A lot of that deficit coming from all this Algae getting scored. Albany's team just Ashland's team just putting on a clinic here. They've got 8 pieces of Algae scored in the barge net so far. Now the Red Alliance will look to climb and escape the sea floor. Well, one robot's able to get off the ground. Another one stays parked for 2. The other tried to climb, and some of their parts of their robot are now on the field of play. We'll tally all this up and get back to you with a final score for match 24 in just a moment. Results are in for match 24, the Red Alliance. 111-71, your final score. 5 ranking points for each of the Red Alliance teams. Helps move Swarm up to 5th. Stormbreakers up to 4th. Great place to be. Again, about a third of the way through our quals rounds. 2 ranking points for each of the Blue Alliance teams. They all fall just a little bit in the leaderboard. And we'll get reset and ready to go for match 25 here shortly.
All right, everybody, I know that the post-lunch sleepies are starting to set in, but let's keep that energy up and meet the teams of our Red Alliance, 23-74.
Jesuit Robotics.
They're joined by 28-11.
Stormbots.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 997.
Spartan Robotics.
753.
The High Desert Droids.
They're joined by 5468.
That's Chaos Theory.
And bouncing out the blue is 3636.
The Generals.
Alrighty, drivers, you can now step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
We start off this match, and Chaos Theory moves very quickly over to the blue reef, but unfortunately, both Chaos Theory and the Generals missed their coral. 753, the High Desert Droids doing the same, but over on the Red Alliance, it looks like Stormbot's going sideways. And we move into the teleoperated period, 9 to 9. Generals elevator up, and they score the first coral of the match. Over on the other side of the field, Stormbots have scored a coral up high on that level 4 on the red reef. Stormbots score another, and Jesuit joins them on the opposite side. Spartan Robotics lifting their elevator up and pulling an algae out of the reef, scrubbing it clean and bringing it over to the processor where they will attempt to score it. Over on the blue side of the field, elevator up for the Generals. 753, the High Desert Droids push an algae through their processor as Chaos Theory continues to load up that side of the reef. The Bend duo of Chaos Theory and 753, the High Desert Droids, elevators up for both of them, and they're both lining up. Chaos Theory going to the driver's side, and they score it up on L4. High Desert Droids do the same, but on L3. On the opposite side, Generals fill the top portion of the reef, and on the red side of the field, Jesuit is trying to line up on a level 3, and they get it. It's good. 2811 Stormbots do the same on what looks like it's going to be L2, and it doesn't quite go in, but it does manage to stick on that level 1. We have 56 seconds in this match, 104 to 82 with cooperation having been achieved. Stormbot's arm swivels down and they line up to grab that coral. They're gonna move over to the reef where they score it on the 3rd level. Over on the blue side of the field, that reef is looking rather full as the Generals score an algae up on the barge. Chaos Theory and High Desert Droids lining up next to each other to go grab coral from that loader station. That loader station must be from Bend. And we have 25 seconds left. Very high scores for both alliances. Generals just missed one of their coral, but they're gonna go back and try another. Chaos Theory scores one up on L3, and both Chaos Theory and the High Desert Droids move to the center of the field where they will try to climb. Stormbot's up in the air with their robot. Chaos Theory trying to line up and get their robot up off the ground. Spartan just swerving in at the last moment, and Chaos Theory is up off the ground. I don't know if 753 the High Desert Droids are. It doesn't look like it, but they will be parked, and so that will most likely be a ranking point. And we will have your final scores for qualification 25 in a moment. A look at the final scores for qualification 25, and it's the Blue Alliance who's going to take the win on this one, 152 to 133, 5 out of 6 ranking points. Those ranking points coming down to the barge and the coral score. On the other alliance, 2 ranking points as well for the same things, barge and coral. Chaos Theory dropping to rank number 2 from getting only 5 out of the 6. We'll see if they can make their way back up later. And let's take a look at our next match.
All right, let's keep on trucking through these qualification matches. Over on the red side of the field, please welcome 5975.
The Beta Blues.
They're joined by 44.
Shockwave.
All right, we'll wake up Shockwave in a second. Rounding off our red alliance is 3647.
The Cloverbots.
It's gonna be one of those matches, isn't it? Over on the blue side of the field is 2733.
Pig Mice.
They're joined by 6831.
AO5NX.
Along with 6696.
That's Cardinal Dynamics.
Alrighty, drivers, behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Wilsonville qualification 26, and the robots dive into the ocean. Blue Alliance, Cardinal Dynamics, 1 coral up on the Red Alliance. Let's see if Cloverbots can do the same, and they do manage to make 1 stick up on the 4th level. Right at the end, Cardinal goes up, but doesn't quite manage to make it stick up onto the 4th level. Their alliance partners come alive as drivers take control of the robots. Pigmice, Elevator, and Arm all the way at the top. Let's see if they can score that up on the 4th level, and they do manage to make it stick, while Cardinal Dynamics takes an algae off of the reef and scores it up in the barge. Shockwave on the red side of the field lining up next to their alliance partners, Cloverbots, seeing if they can get lucky, and they do manage to. Shockwave seeming to have some brownouts maybe. Their battery might be low, and a robot has tipped over on the blue side of the field. That looks like AO5NX with their electronics exposed to the scoring table. We'll see if they're able to either right themselves or if their alliance partners can right themselves. Cardinal Dynamics doesn't seem too phased though, and they are going with their elevator up, and they score up on the 4th level. Pigmice doing the same as they get defended by the Beta Blues over on the red side of the field. Shockwave moving towards the reef. That telescoping arm goes up and it places their alliance partners on the other side. That's Cloverbots lining up and scoring L3 with 1 minute remaining in this match. Beta Blues lining up to that cage to see if they can climb early. And Cloverbots pull another algae off of the red reef. Over on the blue side of the field, rather tippy looking is Pigmice, but they do manage to stay upright alongside their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics, who doesn't quite make that coral, but they will go back and try again. Pigmice, on the other hand, is able to score that coral as we approach the final 30 seconds of this match. 83-83. We are currently tied as we approach the endgame period. 59-75, Beta Blues looking like their drivetrain is wiggling side to side. I wonder if they're trying to line up to that that shallow cage. My apologies. 44-88, Shockwave with their climber deployed, and it looks like they're going to try to get that deep climb. Their alliance partners, 36-74 Cloverbots, looking like they're going to do the same, and Shockwave looks like they're just barely above the ground. Neither of the Blue Alliance robots able to get up at the very end, but that last minute climb from Shockwave may end up swinging the match. We'll find out in just a moment, though. Let's take a look at the final scores up on the big screen. Your winner, the Red Alliance, 115-107. And look at that, 16 points from the barge, meaning that last second climb from 44-88. Shockwave is what flipped that match. Red Alliance walking away with 5 out of 6 ranking points, 1 for auto, 1 for barge, and 3 for the win. Cloverbots, now your rank number 4 team.
Alrighty, with those results on the books, we can move on to our next qualification match of day one, starting on the Red Alliance with 3673.
That's the Cyborg Seagulls.
They're joined by 2915.
Pandemonium.
As well as 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
Passing by a little bit of last-minute robot maintenance and over to the blue side of the field, I see 6343.
Steel Ridge.
They're joined by 5970.
Beavertronics.
As well as 1425.
That's your event host. It's error code 0.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We begin our 27th match of the day. 1540, the Flaming Chickens, elevator up, and it doesn't quite manage to go, but it does manage to fall to that first level. Meanwhile, the blue side of the field has scored 4 coral up high during the autonomous period, and the drivers now take control. One of the coral has fallen down a little bit onto its pole a little bit, but it does still count. Blue Alliance, error code 0, filling the close side of that level 4 reef, and their alliance partner Steel Ridge do the same. Cyborg Seagulls on the red side of the field lining up to the 3rd level, and they do score it. 1540, the Flaming Chickens, elevator up, arm over, and it is good. Cyborg Seagulls doing the same, but level 3, and it's also good. Beavertronics with those giant googly eyes, they're looking for someone to fight over on the red side of the field. They're going to try to defend against the Cyborg Seagulls to slow them down as they attempt to get a piece of coral from their human player. Cyborg Seagulls may decide that they want to go over to the other human player, where 1540, the Flaming Chickens, are currently gathering up coral on the floor and eating them with the robot and moving them up to the 4th level of the reef. Over on the blue side of the field, that 4th level of the reef is almost full by Steel Ridge and error code 0. Pandemonium over on the blue side looking for field space to take away from that Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance seems semi-unfazed though, and a coral goes into error code's robot. Elevator up, but that looks like that was a spot where coral already was sitting, and they're gonna go and try again on another spot. Steel Ridge scrubs another algae from the reef, and it looks like Cyborg Seagulls on the opposite side doing the same. At the same time, the Flaming Chickens have filled the 4th level of the reef on the red side of the field, whereas it looks like the Blue Alliance may still be missing 1 coral. The final algae gets scrubbed by Cyborg Seagulls on the red side of the field, and it is now a completely open reef with 20 seconds left. 1540, the Flaming Chickens getting 1 last score, maybe a second to last score as well. They decide to move towards the climbing zone. It looks like the Blue Alliance, multiple robots lining up. Error code 0 is up in the air. Will Beavertronics be able to do it as well? 1540 doesn't quite manage to get there, and our match is under review. We will have your final results to you shortly. Take a look at the final scores for qualification 27. Your winners, the Blue Alliance. The final score of 137 to 95. 5 out of 6 ranking points being given to that Blue Alliance. 1 for Auto, 1 for Barge, 3 for the win. The Red Alliance walking away with 1 ranking point from the autonomous period. Unfortunately, Error Code 0 moves down into the second ranked position. We'll see if they can get back up to number 1 later on. Let's move on to qualification number 28.
Alrighty, everybody, let's meet the teams for this next qualification match. Starting on the red side of the field, as is traditional, with 1844.
The Aggineers.
They're joined by 4043.
That's the Nerd Herd.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 10444.
Ursa Major, one of our new 5-digit rookies for this season.
Heading over to the blue side of the field, I see 2550.
Skynet.
They're joined by 2471.
Team Mean Machine.
And bouncing out the blue is 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Qualification 28 of Wilsonville. And C-Tech's elevator goes up, but it doesn't quite manage to make a score. They'll try to return and make another attempt. 4043 Nerd Herd did make 1 score up on the 4th level, and it looks like they just don't quite make that low-level Coral score, and they're gonna go back and try again. Ursa Major seems to not be moving, but we'll see if the drivers can regain control of their robot. And the Aggineers seem to be spinning over on the red side of the field. We'll find out what their strategy for that entails later. 2471, elevator up, arm over, lining up, and they make that score rather aggressively on the top of the reef. Algae goes through the processor for Skynet, and C-Tech lines up next to Mean Machine over on the driver's side of the Blue Alliance reef. Another score up top for Mean Machine, and over on the red side of the field, Ursa Major seems to be moving again, which is a very good sign. 4043 Nerd Herd drops a coral into the robot, but they very quickly manage to drive it out of their robot. And the Aggineers still seem to be spinning over on the red side of the field, so for the moment, it looks mostly like Nerd Herd versus the Blue Alliance. Over on the blue side of the field, Skynet trying to line up to fill that fourth level of the reef with that coral. Mean Machine, their teammates lining up next to them, and a coral falls into the robot and makes a snapping noise. We'll see if their robot is unharmed, and they are spinning to try to get it out of the robot so that way they can grab another piece of coral from the human player station. 50 seconds left in this match. And a coral goes through the human player station on the red side of the field to Nerd Herd. Nerd Herd grabs it and spins over to the reef where they score it on the fourth level. Our current score, 91-74 with 30 seconds remaining in this match. Another algae goes up top for 24-71 Mean Machine, and they return back to the reef where they're going to grab another one and try to score it up top before the time in this match expires. Speaking of time in the match expiring, it is now endgame, which means 20 seconds are remaining in this match. Ursa Major in that climbing area by the barge. Oh, and a elevator goes up through the barge for Nerd Herd as they try to climb at the end of the match. 25-50, Skynet and C-Tech Robotics are up in the air on the blue side of the field. And we'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Your final scores on the big screen, and it is the Blue Alliance who walks away with this win, 133-93 points. 4 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance. 1 for Barge and 3 for the win. The Red Alliance on the other side of the field still taking home 2 ranking points, 1 for Barge and 1 for Auto. Skynet holding themselves as your number 6 rank. Mean Machine holding themselves as number 8.
Alrighty, we are just about ready to start qualification match 29. So let's see who's playing over on the red side of the field. Looks like 9, 5, 6, 7.
The Stormbreakers.
They're joined by 753.
The High Desert Droids.
As well as 9600.
That's X-Flare.
It's like the easiest game of Limbo. Over on the blue side of the field, 1359.
That's the Scalawags Arg.
They're joined by 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
And finally, welcome 957.
Swarm.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Qualification 29 here at Wilsonville. A Coral already up high from Swarm, and their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics, do the same next to them. Over on the red side of the field, High Desert Droids attempted to put a Coral up onto that high score of the reef, but it doesn't quite stick, and their drivers will take control, or they will go and try again. Over at the red loader station, High Desert Droids line up and they grab a Coral rather quickly, knocking over the stacks of game elements that were already set on the field. The Scalawags looking like they have sailed their way over to the Red Alliance, and they will now block the High Desert Droids human player from being able to deliver Coral into that robot. Stormbreakers doesn't really feel like dealing with that, and so they've gone over to the other side of the field where they've got another Coral, and they're returning to score it on the first level of the reef, and they do manage to make that stick. Over on the blue side of the field, Cardinal Dynamics scrubs another algae off the reef, returning to the barge where their elevator will go up, and they will try to score it up in the barge, and they do make it stick. Their alliance partners, Swarm, very quickly swerving from the human player station over to the reef, and they stick it up onto the 4th level. Cardinal Dynamics, yet another algae up high for the Blue Alliance. Red side of the field, an X-Flare has grabbed an algae off the ground, and they're going to move their way over to the processor, although it looks like they were hindered by the 1359 Scalawags robot. Those pirates are trying to get as much treasure as they can from that Red Alliance with 50 seconds remaining. 94 to 47. And High Desert Droids return to the Stormbreakers human player, where a Coral goes into their mechanism. Elevator going up as they line up, and they score it barely onto that 4th level of the reef, blue side of the field, and 957 Swarm scores on a level 3. It looks like all but one of the level 4s on the reef on the blue side of the field are filled, and now those 3rd levels are starting to get Coral scored on them. 1359 looks like their bumper is starting to peel away to reveal the red bumpers. I wonder if being on the red side of the field has made them change their mind about what alliance they are on. But the robot is starting to try to climb up off of the ground, and they do manage to get airborne next to their alliance partners, Swarm. And that is the end of the match. It looks like Stormbreakers were able to get just up off the ground, but we will see what the refs have to say about whether or not they are touching their alliance partners. Looks like Cardinal Dynamics did manage to get over to the edge of that barge zone, and we will have your final score to you in just a few moments. Let's take a look at qualification at 29. Your final score up on the big screen. Your winner, the Blue Alliance. 147 to 111. Your final score. 5 ranking points being taken home by that Blue Alliance, and that moves Swarm up to your rank number 3 on the Blue Alliance there. A lot of those points coming down to the Coral and the Barge, where there are 16 Barge points, helping them get that ranking point.
All right, we are just about ready to start our next qualification match. So, Red Alliance, join me in welcoming 3636.
That's the Generals.
They're joined by 5970.
Beavertronics.
Along with 1595.
That's the Dragons.
Heading over to our Blue Alliance, we have 6443.
That's Aimbot.
They're joined by 2733.
Pigmice.
Along with 997.
Spartan Robotics.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We begin our 30th qualification of the day with the Generals scoring up high on the red reef. They return to their human player station where their elevator goes up and it just soars over the reef, but it does manage to score on that first level. Blue Alliance has scored 1 coral up high and they just managed to get it, managed to miss getting a second coral, but they're gonna go with their robot operators and they are going to make a second attempt. Elevator up by that Spartan machine on the blue side of the field, and it's good. Aimbot joins them on the opposite side, and they also manage to score. Pigmice lining up very cautiously, making sure that that coral goes into place, and it does. The slow alignment paying off. 5970, the Beavertronics, sitting in front of the Blue Alliance human player station, where they will try to defend against any of the Blue Alliance robots from grabbing from the Pigmice human player. 997 Spartan Robotics trying to push them out of the way and going over to the other side of the field where they line up their ramp with the human player and they grab a coral and get all tippy, but they do manage to stay upright as their alliance partners, the Pigmice, go to the other now empty Alliance station to grab another piece of coral. Over on the blue side, sorry, the red side of the field, Generals and Dragons working together to fill that reef. Generals scoring yet another up on the 4th level. There are only 2 slots remaining. Make that 1 slot remaining. And the Dragons over by the human player station just missing one of their coral. And the Generals fill the 4th level of that Red Alliance reef. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, there's only 1 remaining L4. And it looks like Pigmice are going to claim that one as their own. If they can swerve over to the side just a little bit more with their coral, they line up very precisely and they do fill that reef 4th level. Spartan pulling off one of the algae from the reef and scrub it just a little bit more clean as we enter the end game period. 85-93 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Let's see if in favor of the Red Alliance for the moment. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can catch up in a second. Generals doing more cycles right at the end, and Beavertronics are up in the air. Let's see if Aimbot can do the same over on the blue side of the field, and not quite as their elevator hits the side. Preliminary scores 101-93 in favor of red, but we'll see your final scores in a moment. All scores, and it's the Red Alliance who walk away from this match with the win. 115-99 and 5 out of 6 ranking points, moving Dragons up to the 8th seeded position on that Red Alliance. The Generals moving up to rank number 10. Blue Alliance, of course, still walking away with 1 ranking point, which is still good. 84 coral points for that Blue Alliance.
All right, it looks like we are about ready to start our next qualification match. So Red Alliance, I expect you to make some noise for 25-50.
That's Skynet.
They're joined by 46-92.
The Metal Mallards.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 29-15.
Pandemonium.
Over here on the Blue Alliance and pointing over at their robot is 40-43.
That's the Nerd Herd.
They're joined by 15-40.
The Flaming Chickens.
Along with 44.
Shockwave.
All righty, drivers. 1 moment. Take a pause. Take a break. Reflect on your day. Take 1 more moment to strategize. All right, let's try this 1 more time. Drivers behind the lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Wilsonville qualification 31. Flaming Chickens elevator all the way up very quickly. And Nerd Herd joining them on the blue side of the field. That's 2 coral up for blue, 1 coral up for red. But Skynet returning, and it doesn't look like they have a coral on board. But the drivers will take control and see if they can catch up on that Red Alliance. Metal Mallards over by the human player station with the yellow submarine, their robot. And their elevator is up to the top on the opposite side of Skynet. Skynet places 1 coral up on that L4, and Metal Mallards place 1 on that L4 on the other side. Blue Alliance and Shockwave isn't moving right now. Will they be able to regain control of the robot? We're going to find out in their match. They do manage to shake it a little bit, but their alliance partners, Nerd Herd and Flaming Chickens, doing their best to maintain position on the field and move. 1540 going over to the human player station, where a lot of coral has been dropped by the human player onto the ground for Chickens to be able to grab. And 4488 Shockwave seems to still be having some issues. Let's see if they can fix themselves and get moving again. The top half of the Blue Reef is looking rather full. Red Alliance also looking rather full on the top half of that reef. 73 points to 51 points at the moment, and very tippy by the Metal Mallards with 1 minute left in play. And currently, Pandemonium over on the blue side of the field seems to not be moving. They seem to have disabled or been disabled. We'll see if they can come back at any point in this match. I don't see flashing stack lights, which means, oh, I do see flashing stack lights, which means they might be in, they might not, but their RSL is blinking, and so they appear to have come back. Skynet, arm up to the very top position on the red side of the field, lining up. Will they be able to score that fourth level? Yes, they do. Their alliance partners, Metal Mallards, do the same as they line up by the red reef. 4488 Shockwave spits out a coral from their robot, and I wonder if they're going to try to climb. Their alliance partners move them out of the way a little bit. 1540, the Flaming Chickens, they have a cage in their robot, and they line up. They're up in the air. Nerd Herd is also up in the air, and it looks like Shockwave is just ever so slightly touching that barge zone. On the red side of the field, 2550 also in the barge zone. We'll see if it is enough to come back, and we'll get you your final scores in a moment. Let's take a look at the final scores up on the big screen. Your winners, the Blue Alliance, winning this match 110 to 68. 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. 3 for that win, 1 for the barge. Red Alliance, on the other hand, getting a coral ranking point. Only 57 coral being scored by that Red Alliance, though, compared to the Blue Alliance's 88 coral points. 16 points of barge, which is what helped get them that ranking point.
All right, we are quickly approaching the halfway mark for matches today, so let's keep this energy up while we meet the Red Alliance, starting with 24-71.
Team Mean Machine.
They're joined by 10444.
Ursa Major.
Along with 6831.
AO5.
Over on the blue side of the field is 5975.
That's the Beta Blues.
They're joined by a 9600.
X-Flare.
Along with 4662.
Bite-sized Robotics.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Wilsonville qualification 32, and Ursa Major throwing a coral over the reef. And their alliance partners, Mean Machine, just get one down onto the first level. Over the other side of the field, X-Flare with a coral in their robot, and it just gets in time on that level 1 as we come into the tele-operated period. Mean Machine swerving around to grab a coral off of the ground, elevator up, arm over, and it just doesn't quite make it, but they're gonna go and try again. That coral having fallen down to the first level. Ursa Major having grabbed an algae off of the reef, and they're gonna go over to the processor where they will try to get it processed. Their intake, outtakes, and that algae goes through for Ursa Major. X-Flare over on the blue side of the field, lining up to their human player and grabbing a coral from that station. They don't quite manage to get it, but they do go for an algae that is sitting on the ground. Mean Machine scores another up high, and their alliance partners over on the red side of the field, AO5, doing the same for level 3. X-Flare, yet another down on that level 1, and Beta Blues doing the same next to them. Mean Machine, arm up once again, scoring over on that red side of the field, and it looks like AO5 has got themselves stuck up a little bit on that that algae. And let's see if their alliance partners can come free them. Ursa Major grabs another algae off of the reef and returns back to that red side of the field. Mean Machine trying to grab another coral from the ground. It goes into their intake, centers itself, and they move over back to the reef where they score on the 3rd level. Algae up in the barge by the human player from the Red Alliance. And the Blue Alliance over on the other side of the field still cycling strong, scoring a lot of coral on that first level of the reef. 27 seconds left as we are almost into the end game period. Current scores are 61-85 in favor of the Red Alliance. Will the Blue Alliance be able to catch up here? It looks like X-Flare is up off of the ground, and Beta Blues trying to also climb on their shallow cage. Mean Machine engaged with their climber, and they are up off of the ground right at the end of the match as the time expires. AO5 slowly drifting towards the center of the field, and we'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Final scores for qualification, match 32 up on the big screen, and your winner is the Red Alliance. The final score of 92-75. walking away with the 3 ranking points from the win, while the Blue Alliance still walking away with a healthy 2 ranking points from the auto and the barge. And with that, I'm going off duty, and I will give you over to your other game announcer, Josh.
Ooh, a free zip tie. Cool. All right, let's meet the teams for this next match, starting on the Red Alliance with 28-11.
They're from Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
They're joined by 36-73.
From Seaside, Oregon, Cyborg Seagulls.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 30-24.
They're from Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
Taking a peek over at the Blue Alliance, we have 36-74.
From Battleground, Washington, Cloverbots.
They're joined by 63-43.
From Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
And finally, welcome 25-21.
From Eugene, Oregon, that's CERT.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Getting things moving now for qualification match number 33. Both alliances heading over towards their respective reefs. Stormbots here picking up their second and almost third 7-point level 4 reef score. Blue Alliance, however, putting up 51 points, just a few more pieces of coral scored along the way there. We'll get things moving now. Things kind of slow down just a little bit here as the teleoperated period begins and these teams find their preferred footing. Blue Alliance back over towards the coral station while they go. 1-2 machines. That's going to be CERT and Steel Ridge starting off those cycles and actually using the exact same coral station was the Cloverbots for a minute there, although now they'll pivot to the bottom right corner. So far, 3, 6, 9 pieces of coral scored, maybe a little bit more. They're really putting that together in quick work. Minute and a half left to play. Red Alliance hoping to put together a bit of a comeback effort here. They're focusing almost entirely on the top row of that Red Alliance Reef to do so. Here comes Stormbots coming in for another 5-pointer on the top row. Not quite able to get it to drop so far. There we go. It's good for 5. And their Alliance partners begin working on level 3 of that reef. That is 3024, my favorite team from Ashland, Oregon. The third member of that alliance is the Cyborg Seagulls from Seaside. They just dropped a piece of coral into the trough. They were originally aiming for level 3 of that alliance reef, but they'll take the 2 points for just dropping it into the tray there. 43 seconds left to play. Blue Alliance well into the triple digits with plenty of time to go. Level 4 is, I believe, 1 coral shy of completely full. Level 3, 2 pieces of coral shy. Lots of attempts to fill those last spots, but almost all of them falling back into the trough of the Blue Alliance Reef. Still worth 2 points, but not quite finishing off the rows that they were hoping for. Sonar pings tell us it's time to leave, and the Red Alliance machines of Stormbots and my favorite team line up, trying to work with the deep cages in Red Alliance territory. Favorite team up in the air for 12. Stormbots, uncertain. We'll let the referees decide that one. And it looks like we'll have a 14-point end game over there on blue, which should be enough to secure that barge bonus rank point. We'll get back to you with final scores here in just a moment. Blue Alliance wins qualification match number 33, 168 points to the Red Alliance's 100. They'll get the full sweep of all 6 available ranking points there. 3 for winning the match, the autonomous bonus, coral bonus, and the barge bonus, just the auto bonus, and the barge bonus over on red. We'll be right back with match 34 here in Wilsonville.
All right, I apologize, everybody. I was looking at the mermaid on the Scalawags robot, but we are ready to meet the team, starting strong with 9430.
From Salem, Oregon, C-Tech Robotics.
They're joined by 1359.
From Lebanon, Oregon, Scalawags.
Along with 5468.
They're from Bend, that's Chaos Theory.
Heading on over to the blue side of the field, we have our home team, 1425.
Error Code 0.
They're joined by 2374.
From Portland, Oregon, Jesuit Robotics.
Along with 1844.
From Portland, the Eggineers.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Rolling now for match number 34. Gets underway with 2 pieces of coral scored on the top row there from blue already. Make that 3. Chaos Theory here on red looking to match that. Here comes their third one. Lift and drop. That's good. Looks like the Blue Alliance pulling off a 4th one there right at the very end, which will be the tiebreaker. 37-30, your score coming out of the autonomous period. Blue Alliance 1844 machine, the Eggineers back in it after a couple of mishaps earlier in the weekend. They're now contributing on level 2 of the Blue Alliance reef. Picking up 3 points of Alliance score along the way. They'll now head over into Red Alliance territory to try and lock Chaos Theory out of that bottom left coral station. No dice this time. Chaos Theory still able to load up the piece of coral they wanted. And they'll bring it over to level 4, kind of on the bottom interface of the Red Alliance reef. Now it's a fight to get to the coral station. Human player ready for this, though, after 2 events in the books so far for that team. They're able to grab a hold of that coral after just a brief delay. Their alliance partners, C-Tech, are also working to construct this Red Alliance reef, working primarily on level 3 here for 4 points apiece. One was good during all that defense drama with 1844, and here's the second one. Pretty much no problem. Their alliance, however, trails by 20. The Blue Alliance just a little bit quicker to assemble these, and the defense from Scalawags not quite holding them off as well as Scalawags only really locking down that bottom right corner of the field, leaving the top right completely wide open. 45 seconds left to play. There's error code 0, scooping up some coral, or excuse me, some algae. The pre-stage stuff out of the reef. They went over towards the Blue Alliance barge, trying to score it for 4 points. No dice. They'll reset and try this one again. Actually, they're working on some coral now. Red Alliance side, Chaos Theory has to kind of change the strategy a little bit. Go for the other coral station, a little bit closer to where their scoring objectives are, and it's where the defender was not, at least for a moment there. And they're calling reef building a day. All of our teams now heading over towards the center barge, at least getting parked within the barge zone. Red Alliance with 2 robots airborne on deep cages. Should be a total of 26 points across that entire alliance. And on the Blue Alliance side, looks like we're at 14 or 16, depending on whether or not Jesuit Robotics is actually parked in the zone. We'll get you final results for match 34 here in just a moment. Results are in for match 34. The Blue Alliance wins that one with a final score of 142 points to the Red Alliance's 124. 5 ranking points for each of those Blue Alliance teams, 2 ranking points for each of the Red. We have a new #1 seed on top of this competition. It is your host team, error code 0. using those 5 ranking points towards their average to move up the 1 spot and displace Chaos Theory, who drops down to 2nd after just collecting those 2 RP. Be right back with match 35 here in just a moment.
All right, teams, we are making excellent progress through our qualification matches, so let's keep our energy up while we meet 9600.
From Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
They're joined by 2471.
They're from Camas, Washington. That's Team Mean Machine.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, welcome 44.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Shockwave.
Opposing them on the blue side of the field, welcome 5970.
They're from Beaverton, Oregon, Beavertronics.
They're joined by 753.
From Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids.
As well as 2915.
From Portland, Pandemonium.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 35 is moving here, and so are all 6 of our robots in this pre-programmed autonomous period. Red Alliance machine here of Mean Machine scooping up a last-minute piece of coral up on the top row of the Red Alliance Reef to break the otherwise tie at 12 points we had there in the autonomous period. And now things start to heat up over here as Pandemonium runs across the field from blue into red territory. Ready to play lockdown defense here on the top left corner of your screen. And try and lock down that coral station. Red Alliance machine of Shockwave stuck on a piece of algae here. We'll see if their alliance partners are able to dislodge them. Tow truck has arrived. Just waiting to, well, don't get yourself stuck on the algae too. There we go. 9600 helping their alliance partners out there. That's X-Flare. They'll get back to algae duty as we've seen them do for effectively the entire event so far. That seems to be their primary responsibility on most of the alliances they've been on. Team Mean Machine there dunking algae as they pull it off of the reef, and they pretty much slam dunked it straight onto the Pandemonium machine there for a brief moment. That Pandemonium Blue Alliance machine now able to get back to the defense efforts at the Coral Station wall while their alliance partners slowly start to find their offensive rhythm over here. Got the 753 machine of the High Desert Droids back here at the Blue Alliance Reef, reaching up towards level 4. They're able to drop that off pretty much no drama. Right back to the Coral Station they go while they wait to see what their alliance partners get up to. Their alliance partners there are the Beavertronics machine, 5970 you see. Can't miss them. They got the giant googly eyes and all the plywood on that robot lining up at the Coral Station. Looks like no coral in that robot, or if there is, it's stuck somewhere, but they're not currently playing offense. They're back to the bottom right Coral Station. Successfully pick that one up. We'll see if they can drop it off. It looks like they're focusing on the trough here, and they've had a couple of successful scores to that end so far. 16 seconds left to play. Red Alliance has entered the triple digits here as we continue to fill up rows of the Red Alliance Reef. It looks like they are very close, albeit not quite at the Coral RP just yet. That probably just secured it. That score from Mean Machine on level 2. One red robot plausibly climbed. We'll see. This is either a 4 or 14 point end game for them. Blue Alliance looking like a 14 pointer there with a deep cage climb and a park. We'll be right back with results from match 35. Results are in for match number 35. The Red Alliance will win that one with a final score of 123 points to the Blue Alliance's 71. 5 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams. Mean Machine and Shockwave both moving up just a couple of places each into the 5th and 8th, or 8th and 5th positions respectively. 2 rank points for each of the Blue Alliance teams, the autonomous bonus and the end game barge bonus. We'll be right back with match 36.
All righty, we are about ready to meet the teams for the next qualification match, starting off strong with 997.
They're from Corvallis, that's Spartan Robotics.
They're joined by 6343.
From Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, welcome 3636.
From Portland, the Generals.
Over on the blue side of the field, we have 3024.
From Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
They're joined by 2550.
They're from Oregon City, Oregon, Skynet.
Along with 5975.
From Portland, Beta Blues.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 36 is moving and feeding back here at the Wilsonville District event. 7 seconds left in auto, and our first miss in a while there of Coral coming at you from the Generals here. Let's see if they can line up the second one. Well, they're ready in teleop for this one, and pretty quickly here as drivers take control, they're realigning and tossing that one into the trough on the far side of the Red Alliance Reef. Let's take a look at the Blue Alliance robots over here. We got favorite team out of Ashland, Oregon here, dislodging some algae from the pre-staged ones in the reef. And then they're, okay, I thought it was aimless wandering for a minute, but it is very much with a purpose as they reach up towards the barge net and drop that one off. 4 points of Alliance score, bypassing the processor side quest completely. And they will head right back to the reef to do this all over again. Their Alliance partners, Beta Blues out of Portland, looking to find, it looks like possibly trough scoring opportunities. That one bounces back at them. These PVC pipe cylinders have a tendency to do that, especially when they roll too close to another one that's already scored in the trough. And now we have a Blue Alliance machine absolutely tangled up here in the Red Alliance barge zone. They're able to break free of that one. They'll head back over towards the blue processor. That's Beta Blues once again. They'll get back on track and get back to that Coral scoring we talked about. Red Alliance at 84 points over here and counting as the Generals and Spartan Robotics make quick work out of assembling this Red Alliance Reef. Now we're starting to work on level 3 as level 4 is looking pretty full. Generals make their way over here, getting one of the last level 4 scores to go. 95 points. Next Coral scored will get us, well, close to 100. There's a 4-pointer barge toss coming at you from the Generals. 99 points. Now the next Coral scored, and that one comes from Corvallis' team. That's good to push us over into triple digits as we start populating level 3 the rest of the way up. Just one Coral at a time. No defender over here to worry about. They are just able to pretty much free cast on this one. Blue Alliance machines preoccupied with mostly parking under the barge, but we do have one barge layup attempt. Falls back down, but there was an attempt for that 4-pointer there. 3 pieces of algae already scored up on that barge net. So far 18 points of endgame climb score if the match ended right now. We have one deep cage climb. That one's for sure. That shallow cage climb, I'm not certain about. And definitely unclear what the far deep cage from me is. But that could be up to a 30-point endgame. We'll be right back with your results in just a moment. Red Alliance takes home qualification match number 36, 137 points to the Blue Alliance's 55. 4 RP for that one for each of the Red Alliance teams. Just the one bonus barge rank point there for Blue. 20-point end game. And that one of those climbs ended up being a park, not a climb, but that's all right. We'll be right back with match 37.
All right, we are just about ready to start our next qualification match, which means that we are one step closer to dinner. So let's keep this energy up and finish strong on the rest of the day. Up first for the Red Alliance, 66-96.
From Corbett, Oregon, that's Cardinal Dynamics.
They're joined by 14-25.
Your host team from right here in Wilsonville, error code 0.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 94-30.
And from Salem, Oregon, C-Tech Robotics.
Heading on over to the blue side of the field, a little bit of last-minute construction. We love to see it, as well as 13-59.
They're from Lebanon, Oregon, Scalawags.
They're joined by 40-43.
From Yamhill County, Oregon, the Nerd Herd.
As well as 64-43.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
Alrighty, drivers, please take a step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 37 moving here at Wilsonville. One coral scored. Second one not quite going to land here on red. Let's see what Blue Alliance is up to. So far we got a level 3 and one level 4. And that is going to be about it for the autonomous period here of this qualification match. 30 points on the board for red, 16 for blue. Drivers now at the controls and away we go. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. There's aimbot back to the Alliance wall. Coral scooped up in a way that indicates to me it's going straight for the trough, and indeed, that's where it goes. They'll head right back to their human player to pick up the next one and continue the cycle anew, except that this one isn't going for the trough. They are aiming for level 4. Lands in the trough anyway, but it was worth the attempt, and they will get those cycles rolling once more. Red Alliance leading by 7 points. There's Code Zero, your host team, number 1 or 2 ranked team. They keep bouncing around up there towards the top of the leaderboard. Lining up with level 4 for 5 points of Alliance score. That coral is successful. Their Alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics, looking to do much the same. Inbound, here comes another one. C-Tech Robotics. They're lined up and good for level 3 at 4 points. Just continuing to build this Red Alliance reef over here on the left side of the field. Pretty quickly etching out a 32-point lead. Let's see what the Blue Alliance's plan is to cut away at that deficit. Aimbot still continuing to work both the lower levels of the Blue Alliance reef and the trough. They're able to align these game pieces whichever way they fall in from the coral station and convert them into score. Red Alliance, however, cracking into the triple digits now. 109, 113 points on the board and counting. Here comes yet some more coral. Cardinal Dynamics scooping up 3 points of Alliance score. Excuse me, 4. Those are all level 3 scores. Just one after another after another. The levels 4 and 3 are effectively full. I think we have one more post left to fill somewhere over there, but more or less full. And they'll continue on to level 2 now as they work their way down the Red Alliance reef. And our time reaches down into the 10 seconds and less category. Aimbot grappling with a deep cage over there on blue. We'll see if they're able to get airborne. Code Zero, deep cage climb, good for 12 points over here on red, plus the parks over on red here, and that is a barge bonus rank point. We'll see what the Blue Alliance pulls out of that one, about 4 points, possibly 6. We'll be right back with your results in a moment. The Red Alliance wins qualification match number 37. Your final score, 155, red 81, blue 5 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams, and that's going to hold error code 0 right there on top of your leaderboard. Just the autonomous bonus ranking point there on blue. Bit of a shuffle in the leaderboard's results. We'll be back with match 38 here shortly.
We have made it all the way to qualification match 38, so let's meet the teams. Starting on the red side of the field, 68-31.
They're from Hood River, Oregon, A05 Annex.
We've got two sibling teams on the same alliance. That should be fun. First up, 9, 5, 6, 7.
They're from Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbreakers.
I hope your arms aren't tired for 28-11.
Also from Vancouver, they're the Stormbots.
Meanwhile, over on the blue side of the field, welcome 9, 5, 7.
From Albany, Oregon, Swarm.
They're joined by 3674,
From Battleground, Washington, Cloverbots.
as well as 3673.
From Seaside, Oregon, Cyborg Seagulls.
Alrighty, teams, please take a step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 38. Moving here, Blue Alliance quick to put up 1, 2 pieces of coral, already back to the coral station to pick up yet another one there. That's Albany's team, 957, although not quite able to get it collected before, just kidding. Okay, not quite able to score it, but they did at least collect that game piece before the end of Autonomous, and their alliance leads 38-24. Drivers now at the controls, Stormbots with their sibling team Stormbreakers, both on the same alliance this time. They faced each other earlier today. Now they actually get to play alongside each other. Stormbots reaching up. There's the 4 or 5-pointer, good on level 4. Their alliance partner Stormbreakers getting ready to play some Trough Coral. That one's good for 2 points. Their alliance partners, the A05 Annex, are poised to remove some of that algae. Thinking about it real hard there, and they end up changing strategy. They'll drive off and come back to it later. Blue Alliance has taken a lead in the meantime, nearly completely filling up level 4 of the Alliance Reef. And for a very brief moment there, the Cloverbots thought we were still playing Charged Up with the Supercharger rules from a couple years ago, trying to stack a second piece of coral on top of one that was already scored. Didn't quite work that way. It bounced off, and they have now found their footing and finished off level 4 of the Blue Alliance Reef. Right back to the coral station they go, one after another and another. No algae processing happening over here on the Blue Alliance side, actually nor on the Red Alliance side. Although the Stormbots might change that, they dislodge some algae and then just toss it across Red Alliance territory. It'll roll around uncontrolled there, and they'll come back to that one maybe later. They've still got 40 seconds left. Their alliance trails by 40-something. Blue Alliance nearly completing level 3 of their reef. We've got just 2 slots left to populate. There's one from Swarm. It's good for 4 points. And the honors of completing the gig will go to the Cyborg Seagulls out of Seaside, Oregon. It's the 3673 machine, not the 74 machine that's also on the same alliance. Speaking of that 74 machine, which is the Cloverbots, they are currently parked in Blue Alliance barge territory. No indications they're looking to climb. Alliance partners Swarm airborne for 12. Red Alliance, we have a shallow climb for 6 and otherwise 2 parks. We'll be right back with your results from match 38 in just a moment. Match number 38 in the books. The Blue Alliance wins that one. 165 points to the Red Alliance's 110. 5 ranking points for each of those Blue Alliance teams, just 2 for the Red. And onwards we go. Match 39 up next.
All right, teams, who's ready for match 39? 2 people are ready for match 39. Let's see if meeting the teams will change our opinions. Over on our red side of the field is 1595.
From Spokane, Washington, they're the Dragons.
They're joined by 2733.
From Portland, Oregon, Pig Mice.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 4662.
From Scappoose, Oregon, bite-sized Robotics.
Over on our Blue Alliance, we have 2521.
From Eugene, Cert.
They're joined by 1540.
They're from Portland, the Flaming Chickens.
Along with 5468.
From Bend, Chaos Theory.
All right, drivers, please take a step behind that white line. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 39 moving mostly on the Blue Alliance side so far, although the Red Alliance picking up 1 there. The Pig Mice, their 7-pointer. Blue Alliance, however, matching and exceeding it by quite a bit. 5, 6, 7 pieces of coral scored in that autonomous period. Yowza. That's about all I have to say on that one. Moving on into the teleoperated period here. Chaos Theory lining up alongside CERT there to nearly finish off level 4 of the Alliance Reef. There's 3 pegs left, 4. And Chaos Theory is taking care of the first one of those. They also dislodged some algae on the way out. CERT back to the Coral Station while their Alliance already sitting at 80 points of score with 1 minute and 45 left to play. Red Alliance processing a piece of algae already. The Dragons out of Spokane lining that one up. They're going to go chase down yet another one here. Start clearing it out of the way so their Alliance partners don't have to drive all over it. Over the Alliance Station wall now. Potential for 6 points for processing it. That's good. Blue Alliance human player from Flaming Chickens now receives it. Toss. 4 points for Blue. And that 10-point life cycle of that algae comes to a close. Blue Alliance continues on with their reef building efforts. 136 points already. That is a frankly ridiculous score with so much time still on the clock. Right back to the wall we go. Chaos Theory lining it up. They've only got level 2 left to worry about here on the Alliance Reef. And they're able to pick up that 3-pointer, no problem. Flaming Chickens are also contributing over here to the Blue Alliance score. Algae getting scored a little slower now that I start mentioning it, so maybe we need to change the topic. But 6 points on the line if they're able to get that one to connect. CERT nearly finishing off level 2 of the Alliance Reef for Blue here. They're going to be stuck with just trough score left pretty soon. 164 points on the board. Remember, our event high score is 201, 202, somewhere in that vicinity. Just dropping that context for no reason at all. 20 seconds left here in this qualification match. Flaming Chickens already lined up in the barge zone for Blue. There's a deep cage in front of them. If they can climb it, that'd be worth 12. Chaos Theory from Ben, same story. 12 points on the line if they can get airborne. Dragons for the Red Alliance lined up parked so far for 2 points for Red, although they're trying to climb on a deep cage for 12. Time expires. They'll stay on the ground, as do the Pig Mice. As for Blue, 2 airborne robots for 24 points, assuming that was the case when the barge lights turned off, is looking pretty good for the overall score there. We'll tally it all up and get back to you as soon as we can. Results are in. Blue Alliance wins that qualification match. 202 points, tying our high score for the day. To the Red Alliance's 97. All 6 of those available ranking points scooped up there by those Blue Alliance teams, holding Chaos Theory in second, moving CERT up just 2 or 3 slots there to the 5th rank position. 1 ranking point there for each of the Red Alliance teams. A little bit of a drop there for the Dragons into 12th, and we'll be right back with match 40 momentarily.
All right, we have made it all the way to qualification match 40. So let's meet the teams. Over here on the red side of the field, we have 1844.
From Portland, the Aggineers.
They're joined by 4692.
From Toutle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
As well as 9600.
From Elkton, Oregon, X-Flare Robotics.
Over on the blue side of the field, welcome 10444.
From Gresham, Oregon, Ursa Major.
They're joined by 2374.
From Portland, Jesuit Robotics.
As well as 6443.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
All righty, drivers, please step behind that white line. Start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Rolling with match number 40 here. We've got 5 robots moving so far. We'll see if Aimbot decides to join us here in just a moment. They've got the coral ready to go if they do decide to move. Red Alliance, Metal Mallards, picking up the level 4 score for 7 points of Alliance score on the reef. That ends up being the tiebreaker between our 2 alliances who otherwise got all of their mobility bonuses. And away we go now with drivers at the control once more for another teleoperated period. Already parts laying on the field. Unsure if I can exactly figure out what that one is. Minute and 48 left to play. Both alliances heading back to their respective coral stations to continue their looping efforts. Still no clue what that piece of hardware I saw in the field was. We're taking a look at it. Metal Mallards lining up for the Red Alliance side of the field with level 4 of the Alliance Reef. This would be worth 5 points if they can get it to drop. Ooh, they caught it as it was falling out of the robot to try this one again. Now it falls for 5 points of Alliance score. Mallards back to the wall. X-Flare Robotics also back to the coral station wall. They're filling up the trough here of the Red Alliance Reef. No drama whatsoever on that one, and they're able to pick up 2 points of Alliance score. Helps maintain their very small margin of a lead. About a minute left to play, and it's still a single-digit game. Algae processing now going on. And here's a rookie team on the Blue Alliance side. Ursa Major out of Gresham picking up the 6 points for the Blue Alliance score. The Red Alliance human player from the Aggineers picking up 4 points off the difference for tossing that piece of algae up into the net. We had a little bit of a philosophical conversation here behind the score table before the match. There are 2 teams from the Catlin Gavel School here. Flaming Chickens and the Aggineers. This implies the chickens came before the eggs, since the numbers are in the 1500s and 1800s respectively. It's just food for thought. Ten seconds left to play in the match. Getting ready to climb here. Here's X-Flare Robotics. They're grappled with that deep cage. We'll see if they're actually able to go airborne. Looks like it would be with a millimeter of clearance if they are able to do so. And Aimbot airborne over there on blue, it would appear. So we might have a barge bonus rank point over on the blue side. We'll tally it all up and get back to you just as soon as we can. Red Alliance takes home qualification match number 40. 112 points to the Blue Alliance's 103. 5 ranking points for each of the Red Alliance teams, giving them all a nice healthy jump up the leaderboard. I don't know exact number of spaces, but it's in the area of 3 or 4 each. Blue Alliance, just 1 ranking point there, and that one still holds Ursa Major where they were, and both of their alliance partners dropped just a smidge. Be back with match 41, and I'm going to hand things back over to Jake for a while.
All right, teams. Fun fact, this robot was not blue last week. It is now. Let's meet the teams. From the Red Alliance, please welcome 2811.
The Stormbots.
They're joined by 5975.
The Beta Blues.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 2471.
Team Mean Machine. Emerald walk faster, Mean.
Very talented, Josh. Thank you. Over on the blue side of the field is 753.
The High Desert Droids.
They're joined by 3024.
That's my favorite team.
As well as 1425.
Error Code 0, the home team.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Qualification 41 here in Wilsonville, and Stormbots have moved their elevator up, and they don't quite manage to get that coral up onto the high part of the reef. The Blue Alliance, on the other hand, 1425, slams into that human player station, but they managed to get 2 coral up on, and it sounds like Stormbots managed to get another coral up onto the red reef. The drivers step forward and take control. Mean Machine sitting next to their alliance partners, elevator up and putting a coral up onto the high part of the reef. Stormbots doing the same. Beta Blues over on the red side of the field, lining up to their human player, spinning around with their robot, and they will try to grab that coral from their human player. And then, now that they have it, move over to the reef and score it on L1. 1425, error code 0. Coral into the robot, swerving over to the reef, and they place it. It's good. Their alliance partners, the High Desert Droids, lining up to their human player, and they move over to the reef to join error code, where their elevator goes up. They line up next to their teammates, and will they be able to get it? Yes, they do. 2471 Mean Machine, elevator up, arm over. Coral not quite on, but they're going to line up and try again in a second here. And my favorite team is over on the red side of the field, shaking around the Red Alliance station. And they're going to sit in front of the Stormbots human player to see if they can slow Stormbots. But Stormbots have decided they don't care, and they're just going to go around, and they're going to go grab that coral where they line up to the first level of that reef. 55 seconds left in this match, and a coral goes flying from the Mean Machine. Beta Blues over by that loader station trying to grab another coral, but they don't seem to have one in the robot. Meanwhile, on the red side, or sorry, the blue side of the field, Algae getting scrubbed by error code 0, and they're going over to that human player station where they grab another coral, line up, and score it on L3. Very, very fast cycling from the error code machine. My favorite team over by their teammates on the blue side of the barge. It sounded like there were the push of pneumatics from 753, the High Desert Droids, as they try to climb up into the air. Stormbots lining up with their climber, and it sounds like 5975 Beta Blues attempting to get airborne, 2811 getting airborne, and there's a sound of metal hitting metal from the Blue Alliance, but it looks like error code managed to reattempt and get themselves up in the air at the last second. We'll have your final scores for qualification 41 to you in a moment. Let's take a look at your final scores. Up on the big screen, your winners, the Red Alliance. Score of 148 to 103. 5 ranking points going to that Red Alliance. 1 for the auto, 1 for the barge, 3 for the win. Blue Alliance still walking away with a healthy 2 ranking points. 1 from the autonomous and 1 from the barge. That does move 1425 error code 0 down from rank number 1 and down to rank number 2.
All right, everybody, I know we are so close to dinner, but we are also so close to finishing our matches for the day. Pardon me, excuse me, kids. First up on our Red Alliance is 957.
That's the Swarm.
They're joined by 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
Finally, Red Alliance, welcome 6343.
Steel Ridge.
Introducing our Blue Alliance with 2733.
Big Mice.
They're joined by 1359.
Arg, methinks that's the Scalawags.
Along with 3674.
The Cloverbots.
All right, drivers, thank you for the wait. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Qualification 44 here at Wilsonville. Lots of elevators up in the air, and 1 coral has been scored, 2 corals have been scored, 3 coral, 4 coral, not quite 5 coral on the Red Alliance, 2 coral over on the Blue Alliance up on that L4, but Swarm manages to get back and gets that 5th coral placed for the Flaming Chickens as we move into the teleoperated period. Drivers step forward and take control, and 13:59, the Scalawags look like they're possibly going to go over and play defense. They definitely are going to go play defense. And Swarm, with their elevator up on that Red Alliance, scores a coral up in the L4. 15:40, the Flaming Chickens lining up at the barge. They're ready to go, and they score that algae up in the barge. Their alliance partners, Steel Ridge, with a coral in hand, elevator up, lining up to the 4th level. They decide to go instead for the 3rd level, and that scores on that 3rd level. Over on the blue side, elevator up for Pig Mice, and they are lining up to the back side of the reef where it's hard to see for those drivers. Still lining up with that robot, their alliance partners, the Cloverbots, having scored a couple L4s in that time, and Pig Mice managed to make it stick. Over on the red side of the field, Scalawags look like they have been disabled or lost connection or something, but we'll see if they can recover themselves here in this match. Steel Ridge slams up against that human player station next to their alliance partners, the Flaming Chickens, who grab that coral from the ground with that wonderful ground intake that they've been running all year. Blue side of the field, Pig Mice arm up, and they're lining up, and they make that score with the last remaining coral on the Blue Alliance L4. We have 45 seconds left in this match, 77 to 117 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can manage to make themselves back up here as the Cloverbots run over to the barge with their climber deployed. 13:59, the Scalawags appear to have come back, and they're lining up with their climber as well. It looks like Pig Mice is going to continue scoring while their alliance partners try to get their robots airborne. And it looks like Cloverbots are up in the air. Swarm on the Red Alliance is also up in the air. Flaming Chickens are up in the air. And the Scalawags have moved themselves back, so I wonder if they are going to try to climb again on one of those deep cages, and they just don't get there in time. But we'll get your final scores to you in a moment. Final scores up on the screen, and your winners from qualification 42, the Red Alliance. The score of 182 to 103. 6 ranking points for that Red Alliance, moving Swarm up to rank number 3 and Flaming Chickens up to rank number 8. A lot of those points coming down to 135 coral points, a higher number in coral than we've seen in a lot of matches so far. 24 barge points as well. That's pretty good.
right, there's only a few more matches left in the day and only a few more qualification matches left tomorrow. So if you want to move up in the rankings, let's try our best. Over on our Red Alliance, welcome 4662.
That's bite-sized robotics. That's making me hungry thinking about that.
They're joined by 3673.
Cyborg Seagulls.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
Over on the blue side of the field, welcome 2550.
Skynet.
They're joined by 3636.
That's the Generals.
And rounding out our blue alliance is 9567.
The Stormbreakers.
All righty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We'll start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Robots start this match. All 6 robots charging towards their respective reefs. And the Generals just miss one of their coral, but let's see if they can get the second one. They do manage to get the second one. And on the red side of the field, there are 2 coral that have been scored on the L1s. Blue side having removed one of the algae already, so that way they can go and score some more coral faster. Skynet elevator is up in the air, and they are lining up to the blue reef across from their alliance partners, the Generals, while Stormbreakers deliver a coral to that level 1 trough of the reef. Over on the the red side of the field, C-Tech lining up to the 3rd level. Cyborg Seagulls remove an algae from the reef, and their elevator is going up to another level 3, and they get it. Their alliance partners, Bite-Sized Robotics, have a coral in their robot, and their manipulator has grabbed it, arm up in the air, lining up to that reef to the 4th level, and they get it, and back away to go back to that human player station. Blue side of the field, a coral up for Generals. Skynet also not quite getting that coral up, but they're going to go back to the human player station where they're going to get another attempt. Their alliance partners, the Stormbreakers, quickly cycling coral to that level 1, but a coral falls out of their robot, and it looks like there's a piece of something on the field over by that Blue Alliance, essentially a part of one of those Blue Alliance robots, and Skynet has made their way over to the red side of the field where they're going to go play some defense against the Red Alliance. They already are making themselves known by shoving C-Tech around, but C-Tech is having none of it and goes and places a piece of coral on the reef. Cyborg Seagulls line up next to Bite Size to try to place a coral on the reef, but they manage to drop it, so they're going to go back and try again to get another attempt. It looks like Skynet not moving a lot. It looks like their RSL isn't flashing. We'll see if they can get their robot back. Over on the blue side of the field, another coral up for 36-36. And they go and place another on the 3rd level as we enter the endgame period. 10 seconds remaining in this match. Arm up for bite-sized. While C-Tech makes a climb, but they fall. Let's see if they can get it again right at the end of the match, and they can't quite do it. Stormbreakers look like they maybe just got off the ground with that shallow cage. We'll find out shortly. Our preliminary score is 84 to 89. It can go either way here. Scores going up on the screen, and it's the Blue Alliance that takes the win, 101 to 93. Both alliances getting pretty even scores all around, with the difference coming down to the Coral. 8 more points in Coral being scored by that Blue Alliance. They walk away with 4 ranking points. 1 for the Auto, 3 for the win, while the Red Alliance still walks away with 2 ranking points, 1 for the Auto and 1 for the Coral.
And now that we have all 6 robots on the field, let's meet the teams for this alliance. Starting on the red with 997.
Spartan Robotics.
They're joined by 1595.
That's the Dragons.
And rounding out the red is 4043.
Let's see if I can make it all the way across the field here. That's the Nerd Herd.
Thank you, Jake. Over on the blue is 5970.
Beavertronics.
They're joined by 1844.
The Egg and Ears.
And rounding out the blue is 2521.
South Eugene Robotics team, that's CERT.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind the white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Wilsonville qualification 44, and robots dive into the ocean. Blue Alliance already having scored 2 coral onto the reef, make that 3 coral onto the reef, as Nerd Herd on the red side of the field tries to match and do the same, and just at the end of Auto, they managed to get that coral up onto the 4th level. Blue Alliance having 3 coral up on L4, and CERT is going to try to make that 4 very quickly here. They line up and they get it. before swerving back over to the human player station, currently being blocked by the Dragons, who are going to go and try to bully Cert a little bit. Cert, having made it to the human player station ahead of time, doesn't really have any issues, but now they make contact as Cert tries to line up with the human player. Dragons saying, nope, I want you to not be able to score at all. And Cert realizes this, goes over to the other human player station, doing back and forth before they eventually find a coral. 1844, the Eggoneers over on the red side of the field, trying to do the same that Dragons is doing to the Blue Alliance right now, and being quite successful. 997, Spartan Robotics, elevator up, and elevator back down. It looks like they're going to try to scrub that algae off of the reef, and they don't quite get it, but they're going to go and try again. Nerd Herd, elevator up, and they will try to fill that L4, and they are successful before they run into the Eggoneers. They do a little bit of a juke around the Eggoneers before trying to line up with their human player. They drop one coral, but they're going to go and try to get a second. Over on the blue side of the field, it looks like Cert and Beavertronics trying to score while being thrown around by the Dragons. That tiny machine is small but mighty, and if it positioned properly, can do a lot of harm against that Blue Alliance. Cert doing their best job to evade the defense. Elevator up, and they score it on that blue reef. 28 seconds left in this match, 59-88 in favor of the Red Alliance. The Eggoneers quite far off the ground with their robot, but they do manage to stabilize themselves. And Beavertronics get up in the air, and you can hear the cheers of the crowd as they do so. Nerd Herd lining up with their climber. Can they get it at the last second here? 7 seconds left. Eggoneers in the middle of the field. Dragons with their climber deployed, seeing if they can do it as well. And 997 swerves over just in the last minute to try to get the robot inside of that barge zone. Preliminary score is 97-63 in favor of the Red Alliance, but we'll see what that looks like when our final scores are released. Qualification 44 scores, and it's the Red Alliance who's going to take this win. 101-67, and 4 ranking points to take home. Blue Alliance walking home with a ranking point of their own for the autonomous period. A lot of the points coming down to the Coral, 80 by the Red Alliance to 54 points on that Blue Alliance.
All right, we've got all 6 robots on the field and the cages where we like them. So let's meet the team. Starting with the red side of the field. Hang on, a little bit of maintenance by me. Starting with 2950.
Pandemonium.
They're joined by 6831.
AO5 NX.
Rounding out our red is 5468.
Chaos
Oh, we're doing a bit.
Theory.
Representing our blue alliance is 6696.
Cardinal Dynamics.
They're joined by 4692,
Metal Mallards.
as well as 44.
Shockwave.
Alrighty, drivers, please step behind that white line. Start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Qualification 45, the last match before our dinner break. And Chaos Theory, elevator up, but it looks like that coral hasn't quite come out of the robot. Over on the blue side of the field, Metal Mallards coral up on the 4th level. And their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics, just push out that coral, but it doesn't quite go on to the reef until after the drivers take control. Chaos Theory scrubbing an algae quickly off of that reef and moving over towards their human player on the red side of the field. Their alliance partners, AO5, have a coral in their robot. Elevator goes up and they move towards the reef where they're going to try to score that on what's probably going to be L3. It is on L3, and they return back to the human player station. Cardinal Dynamics, elevator up, and they have an algae up in that barge before returning back to the reef where they grab another algae and return to the barge to score it again. Shockwave, their alliance partners, line up, telescope up, and they score it on the 4th level before returning over to their human player station where they grab another coral. Their alliance partners, Metal Mallards, trying to get a coral out of their robot, and they are successful, but they are currently being defended by Pandemonium. Pandemonium sitting in front of the Shockwave human player before deciding to go over to the other side to push Metal Mallards around. Over on the red side of the field, AO5 scores on level 3, Chaos Theory scores on level 4 before both robots return to their human players. Synchronized movements from both teams as they move towards the reef. AO5 lining up with the back side of the reef. Chaos Theory lining up with the audience side of the reef. And both of them making their scores. 45 seconds left, 79 to 88 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Will the Red Alliance be able to catch up here? Score up high for Metal Mallards on the blue side of the field. Cardinals elevator goes up, and they're going to try to match them. They do. Their alliance partners, Shockwave, do the same. Pandemonium lining up with their climber. And it looks like AO5 is currently not moving in the middle of the field. Will they be able to come back? And it looks like Pandemonium is potentially up off the ground. Chaos Theory, currently the only moving robot on the Red Alliance, makes another score up high on that 4th level. Climber deployed. Shockwave also has their climber deployed, and they're going to try to get airborne here. Chaos Theory trying to pull that deep cage into the robot, but it just goes to the side, and at the end of the match, I'm not sure if any robots are up off of the ground. Preliminary score is 101 to 119. We'll have your final scores to you in a moment. Final scores up on the screen. And your winner is the Blue Alliance, who's going to walk away from this match 123 to 105. 4 ranking points for that Blue Alliance. A lot of those points coming down to the Algae being scored by Cardinal Dynamics, 66-96. Over on the red side, 1 ranking point being taken away by that Red Alliance for the Auto. Chaos Theory dropping down to rank number 3.
Okie dokie, everybody. Can we all just take a moment and appreciate how cool it is in here? It is not hot. It is cool. It is breathable. It feels nice. It's not going to last because we're going to fill up the bleachers with more people in a second. But for right now, it's really nice. Hey, Red Alliance, how is 2374?
That's Jesuit Robotics.
Looks like they're joined by 62343.
Steel Ridge.
Rounding out this Red Alliance, 2471.
Mean Machine.
Over on the blue side of the field, welcome 10444.
Ursa Major.
They're joined by 9600.
That's X-Flare.
And bouncing out the blues, 2733.
The Pig Mice.
Okie dokie, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Qualification 46, we have returned from dinner, and robots on both sides of the field have put their elevators up and are making scoring attempts. Pig Mice having scored one coral up on the L4 on the blue side of the field. Meanwhile, Mean Machine scores on the red side. It looks like Jesuit just misses theirs, but they're going to go with their drivers and line up with that coral. Steel Ridge joining them next to them, and they do manage to make that score. Over on the blue side of the field, X-Flare scores a piece of algae into that processor. And on the blue side, we also have Pig Mice trying to line up carefully, and they do score one coral up high. It looks like an algae bounces out of the Blue Alliance side of the barge, thrown by their human player, and another algae is scored to them by 2471 Mean Machine. Pig Mice taking another second to line up to that reef, and X-Flare zooming over to their human player station to go grab another piece of coral. Over on the red side of the field, Jesuit elevator up, and they make that score on level 4. Steel Ridge goes up, aiming for level 3. They make level 3, and Mean Machine intake down. It looks like there's a piece of coral that they managed to grab on the floor. They're gonna line up and try to score it on what looks like the lower half on L1, but it just doesn't quite stick. They're gonna try again in a second here. 59 seconds left in this match. 104 to 82 in favor of that Red Alliance. And Pig Mice, elevator up, zooming across the field. Red Alliance human player from Steel Ridge throws an algae up into the barge, and it sticks. And two cages on the blue side of the field hit each other and sound like bells. Ursa Major lining up with one of the shallow cages on the Blue Alliance, and another algae is thrown up by the Steel Ridge human player. We are about to enter the endgame period. Lots of scoring happening on the red side of the field. Mean Machine dislodges that final piece of algae for the red side. On the other side of the field, Pig Mice score another coral up high. And we have 10 seconds left in this match. Mean Machine lines up with their deep cage. X-Flare looks like they're just barely off the ground, if at all. And Mean Machine, at the very end of the match, gets their robot hanging in the air. We'll get your final scores to you in a moment. Your final score is coming to the screen for qualification 46, and the winner, the Red Alliance, 160 to 131 with 6 ranking points. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance walking away with 2 ranking points, 1 ranking point for that autonomous period, 1 ranking point for the climbs at the end of the match. Meanwhile, Red Alliance, Jesuit moving up to rank number 9, Mean Machine holding steady at rank number 5.
All right, folks, resist the temptation to fall asleep after our dinner break. We have a few really good matches left to get through today, and I want you to see them. Over here on the red side of the field, welcome 1844.
That's the Aggineers.
They're joined by 753.
The High Desert Droids.
And rounding out our Red Alliance is 2811.
That's the Stormbots.
Over on the blue side of the field, there's sister team 9567.
The Stormbreakers.
They're joined by 1359.
Methinks that's the Scalawags Arg.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, welcome 1595.
That's the Dragons.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. Start in 3, 2, 1. All right, now that we have all of our referees, we will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Wilsonville, qualification 47, Stormbots making very quick work of that coral going to the top of the reef. Blue Alliance seems to have stopped moving for autonomous, but Stormbots determined on the Red Alliance to keep scoring up high, and the drivers will step forward and take control. Scalawags moving towards the blue side loader station, where they will line up with the Dragons human player. Arm extended, going a little bit closer. Let's see if that coral goes in, and it just misses, but they're gonna try again. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, the Stormbreakers, trying to load that level 1 of the reef, and they are successful before returning back to the coral station to grab more. Over on the red side of the field, the High Desert Droids dropping a bunch of coral down for the Aggineers to pick up and move towards that reef. Stormbots, elevator up and arm over, and they line up and are successful in placing that coral on that L4. Lots of noises coming over from the red side of the field. Potentially that is the Dragons machine, who is over playing defense, trying to get in the way of specifically Stormbots and the High Desert Droids as they go and try to gather some coral from the human player station. Egoneers on that red side have grabbed an algae, and they're now headed over towards the processor, where they're going to go feed it to the Blue Alliance. Speaking of the Blue Alliance, over on the blue side of the field, looks like Scalawags just having dropped a piece of coral. Meanwhile, the Egoneers human player threw an algae up into that barge, and it was successful. Stormbreakers grabbing a piece of algae and bringing it over to the processor, lining up, driving forward, smashing into it a little bit, but they do manage to score it, and it rolls back to that red human player. Over on the red side of the field, robots moving towards the climbing zone, specifically that's 753, the High Desert Droids. The Scalawags have climbed into the air even before Endgame has begun, but now we're in Endgame, and Stormbots decide they want to join them. High Desert Droids appear that they are up in the air, and Stormbots lines up with their climber, while the Egoneers continue to score around that reef. Stormbots up in the air, and Egoneers right at the end slot themselves in and are perfectly in between their two alliance partners as to not touch either of them while they're climbed. And the score at the end of the match, 96-48, and we'll get you your final scores in a moment. Let's take a look up at the big screen. And it's the Red Alliance who will take this win with a score of 122-64. 5 out of 6 ranking points. I can't count today. 5 out of 6 ranking points for that Red Alliance. 2 out of 6 ranking points for that Blue Alliance. Both alliances having successfully gotten the auto ranking point and the barge ranking point, leaving the Red Alliance to walk away with 5 with the win included. Another announcement for you folks. As I'm sure you've noticed, we have our wonderful photographer, Tom, running around this venue, capturing as many of the robots and people driving them as possible. Tom is wonderful and gets a lot of photos for us. Where can I find these photos, you may ask? Well, we have QR codes around the venue, on our speaker stands, out in the cafeteria, where you can scan it, and it'll take you to First Wah's Flickr page, where you can find not only the pictures for this event, but also the pictures from all of the PNW events from this year and in years past.
All right, we are ready to meet the teams for this qualification match, starting on the Red Alliance with 4692.
The Metal Mallards.
They're joined by 3674.
The Cloverbots.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 5970.
Beavertronics.
While over on the Blue Alliance, welcome 2521.
That's CERT.
They're joined by 9430.
C-Tech Robotics.
As well as 5975.
The Beta Blues.
All right, drivers behind the white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Qualification 48 underway, and already CERT's elevator was high in the air. They didn't quite manage to make that coral stick, but they return for a second, and they do make it stick. Over on the red side of the field, 3 coral have been scored by Metal Mallards and Cloverbots, who return for a 4th, but they don't quite get there in time. Drivers take control of the robots, and Cloverbots will finish that cycle. Over on the blue side of the field, looks like C-Tech trying to get over to that human player station, and they do get a piece of coral from the CERT human player. CERT, meanwhile, elevator up, elevator down, and in that time they scored. C-Tech trying to line up with the level 3, but it looks like they are having issues with Beavertronics in the way. Beavertronics appear to be dead, though. Let's see if they can come back from this. Over on the red side of the field, Cloverbots lining up with their human player. Coral in that chute. Elevator up in synchronization with the Metal Mallards on the other side of the reef. Cloverbots score. Metal Mallards, they do score. We have 1:25 left in this match. 67-67 in favor of nobody at the moment. Over on the blue side of the field, coral misses for Beta Blues, and C-Tech does get the coral, and it looks like Beta Blues have a couple of coral stuck in their robot, and they're gonna have to drive those out if they want to get any more coral into their robot. C-Tech returning to the reef and lining up to try to score some more level 3s, and they do get that level 3. Over on the red side of the field, Metal Mallards makes a score, and Cloverbots does the same before returning back to their human player stations. Metal Mallards getting a little bit tippy as they scrub the reef of a piece of algae, and we have 30 seconds left in this match. Beta Blues still with those 2 pieces of coral in their robot, and they are at the barge zone where they're going to try to climb here at the end of the match. They lift. The robot looks like it's still just hanging on to the ground. Meanwhile, Cloverbots line up with their climber, C-Tech lining up with their climber, and Metal Mallards swinging into that barge zone. Cloverbots are up in the air at the end of the match. C-Tech is just above the ground. I'm not quite sure if they're up high enough. We'll let the refs decide that, though, and we'll get your final scores to you in a moment. Your final score for qualification 48, and your winner is the Blue Alliance. 138 to 116, and 5 ranking points to show for it, moving CERT up to position 9, dropping Cloverbots down to position 7. Although that Red Alliance did still get 2 ranking points, one for the Autonomous, one for the Barge, matched by the Blue Alliance. Couple more parts of housekeeping today. At the end of our matches for the night, we will have an alumni photo on the field. So if you are an alumni of First Robotics, please, after the last match, come down to the field and get your picture taken. We also tomorrow will have a mentor meetup at 7 a.m. in the CTE room, which is just off of the Commons. So if you're a mentor and like coffee and stuff and like talking with other mentors, please show up at 7 a.m. And with that, I will hand you back to your other game announcer, Josh.
All right, just a few more qualification matches to go tonight, and then we can all go home, get a little bit of rest, and then wake up bright and early and do the same thing again tomorrow. So Red Alliance, make some noise for 54-68.
From Bend, Oregon, that's Chaos Theory.
They're joined by 64-43.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, 66-96.
From Corbett, Cardinal Dynamics.
Over on the blue side of the field, we have 15-40.
From Portland, the Flaming Chickens.
They're joined by 25-50.
From Oregon City, that's Skynet.
And rounding out our blue alliance is 10444.
From Gresham, Ursa Major.
All right, drivers, behind the white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 49 is rolling here at the Wilsonville event. The Red Alliance tossing coral all over the place, some of it landing on top of the Red Alliance reef. There's Chaos Theory picking up their second piece of coral scored. Each of the other Alliance members scooping up one coral on level 4 of their own, and some algae dislodged for good measure, bringing them up to 42 points total to the Blue Alliance's 23. Already we have algae up on top of the barge for the Red Alliance. Tossed up there by, I believe, that was the Cardinal Dynamics machine. They're going to line up and do it again. 4 more points, the Alliance score. Another 4 coming from the human player, tossing that piece of algae up there after it got processed by the Blue Alliance through the top right-ish of the field. That's our rookie team over there. Ursa Major out of Gresham working on that, picking up 6 points to the Blue Alliance score for each of those that they process. They'll roam around now in Blue Alliance territory, actually making their way over to the red side of the field. They will be the designated defender the Blue Alliance sends over. Only 1 defensive robot allowed over on this side of the field at any given time. They'll look to lock down that bottom left corner of the field, where we just saw Cardinal Dynamics go scoop up a piece of coral. Right now, the lockdown not fully shutting down that coral station. This is a combination of both the Cardinal Dynamics machine being just very quick and keeping Ursa Major on their toes, but also having a really wide catchment range for coral getting fed into that machine. The polycarb sheets that make up their intake mechanism, pretty much the entire width of the robot, and then the coral rolls its way in to where it needs to be. Smart design, letting them move around the defender by removing some of the precision on the human player side. 35 seconds left to play. Red Alliance already up well into the triple digits. Blue Alliance soon to follow. There's Chaos Theory back to the wall for Red, picking up yet another piece of coral. They'll bring it over towards level 3, 4 of the reef. That's good for 5 points. The Blue Alliance with a much more scattershot endeavor over there. You can see the just litany of coral laying all over the seabed there. Both of these alliances will send most of their robots over to the center barge and get climbing. Chaos Theory in the air for 12. Ursa Major looking to try and get airborne for 6, but no dice. It looks like that's going to be it. Oh, +1 park there from Aimbot. And that's it for endgame score in match number 49. Scores are in for match number 49. It's a Red Alliance victory. Final score, 186 Red, 110 Blue. All 6 of those available ranking points scooped up by those Red Alliance teams. Just 1 for each of the Blue. Chaos Theory holds on to their number 3 ranked position. Cardinal Dynamics moving on up into 12th. Great place to be. Flaming Chickens falling just a spot or 2 there, down to 10th. Be right back for match number 50.
All right, let's meet the teams for this next match. Red Alliance, welcome 4662.
They're from Scappoose, Oregon. That's bite-sized robotics.
They're joined by 44.
From Hillsboro, that's Shockwave.
Rounding out our Red Alliance is 3024.
They're from Ashland, Oregon, my favorite team.
Over on the blue side of the field, or should I say ocean, is our home team, 1425.
Error code 0.
They're joined by 997.
From Corvallis, Oregon, Spartan Robotics.
Along with 957.
From Albany, Oregon, Swarm.
All righty, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Match 50 rolling, and over here on the Blue Alliance side of the field, we have a quick cycle all the way back to the coral station after the initial drop-off of 2 pieces of coral, 3 pieces of coral. Now 5, 7 in total throughout that autonomous period, 51 points on the board. Counting all of those mobility bonuses, that's going to give them a pretty domineering lead going into our teleoperated period. And off we'll go now for the next 2 minutes and some change. Over here on the Red Alliance side, they'll be hungry to eat away at some of that deficit early on. Bite-sized robotics lining up with level 4 of the reef for the Red Alliance. Taking a good little while to find the right spot for that piece of coral, and it drops successfully for 5 points of Alliance score. Right after Shockwaves did as well. They're already back at it, both of these machines, for another cycle, while their alliance partner, my favorite team, pulls the algae out of the reef. It's all pre-staged there in those various regions, and they will go ahead and lift up to dunk this algae up on top of the barge, possibly, maybe, almost getting a pull-up on the barge net on the way. They'll rebound that algae later on and try to score it again. It'd be worth 4 points to the Alliance score if they're able to get it to connect up there on top. Blue Alliance leading now by 44 points. Error code 0 lining up now on the outer face of the Blue Alliance reef. Not a whole lot of posts left for scoring there. Actually, they're going to go for the trough instead. 2 points per piece of coral scored there. There's the 957 machine right beside them. Albany's team Swarm, the South and West Albany Robotics Maniacs, trying to put together some levels 2 and 3 scoring on the Blue Alliance reef. And Corvallis' team there, Spartan, is working on the interface closest to the barge. Some trough score happening there. Still a couple of pieces of algae they would like to eventually clear out of the way. There's the 997 machine finding what I believe is the last post. Nope, second to last post on the Blue Alliance reef, needing scored on level 4. Swarm takes the last one there. That is a complete level 4. 135 points and counting on the board. We're now in our end game period and then some. 4488 machine trying to get airborne on the deep cage here for the Red Alliance side. It looks like they're going to still have part of their robot touching the ground, although it's a little too close to call. We'll let our referees tally up our endgame scores here and get back to you in just a moment. Results are in for qualification match number 50 here in Wilsonville. Blue Alliance wins that qualification match, 143 points to the Red Alliance's 96. 5 ranking points for each of the Blue Alliance teams, 2 for each of the Red. Code 0 stays right atop your leaderboard, followed closely behind by Swarm, also maintaining their position. Be right back with match 51. Remember, we're running through the end of 55 today. See you soon.
All right, we have all 6 robots on the field, so let's meet the teams who built them, starting on the red side of the field with 6831.
From Hood River, Oregon, AO5 Annex.
They're joined by 3673.
From Seaside, Oregon, the Cyborg Seagulls.
As well as 2374.
They're from Portland, the Jesuit Robotics team.
Meanwhile, over on the blue side of the field, we've got 4043.
From Yamhill County, Oregon, the Nerd Herd.
They're joined by 3636.
From Portland, the Generals.
And balancing out our blue alliance is 2950.
They're from Portland, Pandemonium.
All righty, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 51 is underway, and we've got 5 of our 6 robots moving so far, and then a long period of calm here. 1 piece of coral scored by the Blue Alliance so far. That's coming at you from the Nerd Herd. See if they can get a second one. Not quite before Autonomous expires. 13-9 will be your score as drivers now take the controls. Still waiting to see movement there from the Generals, but our other 5 machines are moving here in this qualification match. Algae starts to go flying across the field as it gets dislodged from the Red Alliance Reef one at a time. It'll bounce its way around here and make some room for Jesuit Robotics to come in and get their level 4 coral score for 5 points of Alliance score to red. That one's good, no problem. AO5 Annex's attempt to pick up a level 4, then it was potentially going to be a trough score, but it falls all the way back to the field of play. They'll have to go and rebound that later, although it looks like for now they're just going to go collect new coral outright from the coral station. They get beached up on top of Algae a couple of times. Hopefully they're able to unwedge themselves, maybe with the help of an alliance partner. We've seen it happen multiple times today. But for the time being, we're running a 2-on-2. Now it's a 3-on-2 again as we get unstuck. Annex back in the game. Blue Alliance running just a single offensive machine over there. That's Yamhill County's Nerd Herd as they zip around building up level 4 of the Blue Alliance Reef with just about a minute left to play. That one Blue Alliance offense bot is completely holding down the fort. They have a 12-point lead. Sometimes just the speed of the cycles is enough to keep the advantage. 37 seconds left to play. Red Alliance machines back to the Coral Station once more. Annex scooping one up from their human player. They got to line up, see where they want to score it on the reef. They're up here on the top edge of the Red Alliance reef. Taking a while to find where they want to drop that off. Cyborg Seagulls picking up 4 points of Alliance score. That was a level 3 Coral Assembly. That one's good. And our Red Alliance machines, actually more blue, but 1 Red Alliance machine will go park under the barge. 2 blue will park under the barge as well, and almost airborne, maybe airborne. Nerd Herd might have just pulled off the 12-point buzzer beater. We'll see what our referees and scorers have to say about that one when we bring you your official results for match 51 here in just a moment. Results are in for match number 51. The Red Alliance wins that qualification match, 70 points to the Blue Alliance's 62. 4 ranking points for each of the Red Alliance teams there. It's going to help move Just Wet Robotics up into the number 8 ranked position. Generals picking up no ranking points in that one will fall just a little bit down to the 13th ranked position. Still plenty of time for them to claw back up into our top 8 spots, which tomorrow would be invited to be Alliance captains in our Alliance selection process. We'll be right back with match 52 of the 55 that we're running this evening.
All right, we've made it all the way to qualification match 52, which means that we have about 3 more matches left in the day. Over here on the red side of the field, welcome 1540.
From Portland, the Flaming Chickens.
They're joined by 4692.
From Toutle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
Rounding out our Red Alliance is 753.
They're from Bend, the High Desert Droids.
60-95.
From Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
They're joined by 66-96.
They're from Corbett, Oregon, Cardinal Dynamics.
As well as 63-43.
They're from Ridgefield, Washington, Steel Ridge.
All right, drivers, behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Match 52 rolling already here, looking at both alliances autonomous as they beeline straight towards the level 4 of each respective alliance reef. Red Alliance picking up 3 coral scored on that level so far. Flaming Chickens trying to make it 4. No coral actually in that robot. So 3 it is. Tie game at 30 coming out of the autonomous period. Blue Alliance gets us started here offensively here with an algae score from Cardinal Dynamics up on top of the center truss. Those barge algae worth 4 points apiece. There's a second one in quick succession. They'll pull the third one out of the Blue Alliance reef where it's pre-staged. Lift up once more, and onwards we go with plenty more algae scoring. Now the Red Alliance's strategy is more coral-centric as the human player feeds tons of coral onto the ocean floor here and allows the Red Alliance machines to scoop it up kind of at their leisure. Particularly the Flaming Chickens machine is capable of picking those up off the floor. Not super common this year, actually. They will pick them up one at a time and toss them pretty much wherever they fall. They're aiming for level 3 of the Red Alliance reef right now, but they'll take trough score where it happens. On the Blue Alliance side, we've got Steel Ridge trying to do similar over there, and they've kept this game to within 9 points so far. They and their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics. Just one at a time we go here. Here's Steel Ridge rolling in once more with another piece of coral. Level 3, it goes for 4 points, no problem. We got a level 4 score coming in at you from Cardinal Dynamics. That one's worth 5 points, the alliance score. They continue to keep this game super close, now in the lead by 6. Some of that's also part due to the defensive help their alliance partners 1595 are providing. That's the Dragons over here in Red Alliance territory, trying to lock the metal mallards, not trying, succeeding at locking the metal mallards out from the coral station for quite a long time there. Mallards finally able to find a spot to park, and they'll bring that coral over to level 4 of the Red Alliance reef right as our sonar pings sound and tell us it's time to get on out of here relatively soon and head up to the ocean surface. High Desert Droids here for the Red Alliance. They're attached to a deep cage for the Red Alliance. We'll see if they're able to get fully airborne. They're still teetering right on the edge. Flaming Chickens might have also been airborne there on another deep cage. Potential for up to 26 points here in endgame for Red. We'll see what our scorers have to say. Just 2 parks there on Blue for 4 points. We'll be right back with your final scores for match 52. Scores are in for match number 52, and it is another Red Alliance victory. Your final score there, 119 to 112 5 ranking points for each of the Red Alliance teams. 1 ranking point for each of the blue, just that autonomous bonus there. It's going to help move the Flaming Chickens up into 6th ranked position. Great spot to be. Be right back with match 53 in just a moment.
All right, like I said, there's only a few more qualification matches today and only a handful tomorrow. So this is your chance to shake up those rankings. Red Alliance, welcome, 2550.
From Oregon City, Skynet.
Joining them, our home team, 1425.
Error code 0.
And rounding out our wonderful Red Alliance is 2733.
They're from Portland, the Pig Mice.
Heading on over to the blue side of the field, welcome, 2521.
From Eugene, Cert.
They're joined by 10444.
From Gresham, Ursa Major.
Finally, Blue Alliance, welcome, 2811.
Out of Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 53 gets rolling here, as they all do, with 15 seconds of fully pre-programmed autonomous instructions. There's Cert picking up their 7 points over there for blue. 1 more coral loaded up in the machine. Can they repeat it? Yes, they can. 14 points from 1 robot, let alone all the others on that alliance, totaling up 40 points for blue as we now roll into the teleoperated period. Still waiting for the Flaming Chickens to get rolling, and almost on command, off they go. And then a nice lull in the action over here across pretty much the entire field as we go try to find where we'd like to score the coral that we've picked up early in the match. Stormbots for blue starting to pick up the pace over here. 2811 machine rolling in with another piece of coral. Ready for level 3 on the Alliance Reef. That one's good for 4 points a score. Ursa Major, also from that blue alliance, doing their part to pick up 6 points at a time. Processing that algae through the field wall. Human player from unsure which team actually. Skynet scooping up 4 points for each of those pieces of algae they toss back up on top of the barge after being processed there by Blue. Code Zero reaching up there. They try to drop off a piece of coral for 5 points. Falls back to the field of play. They'll try once more. Back to the coral station they go. And up and down, 5 points. No problem. And Ursa Major, speaking of no problem sticking to the script that they've made for themselves on this match. Algae over and over. Now this one bounces back at them and they'll have to try again. But otherwise, it's algae after algae over here. 103 points on the board for Blue with 45 seconds left to play. Red Alliance with 88. Stormbots back to the coral station wall for that Blue Alliance. Taking a little bit longer to line this one up, but they have control of that piece of coral, and they're aiming for level 3 on the Blue Alliance reef, up on the kind of north face of it, if you will. Ursa Major is calling it a day already before our sonar pings even sound. They're ready to climb, potentially. Parked there for 2 points so far. Sonar pings sounding. The Red Alliance is going to need probably all 3 robots climbing to make up the current score differential. We'll see what they decide to do. Rather, 2 bots. Both of them parked for red. 2 parks, it looks like, for blue. One of those might be airborne. We'll see. And we'll be back in just a moment with your official results from match 53. Results are in for match number 53. The Blue Alliance wins that qualification match with their final score 142 points to the Red Alliance's 118. And 4 ranking points for each of the Blue Alliance teams helps move CERT up into 6th. And Stormbot's not too far behind them there in 9th. Great spot to be. Code Zero coming home empty-handed from that match. That'll move them down from 1st to 3rd. With still 2 or 3 matches left to play to try and make up that difference. Be back with match 54 momentarily.
All right, just 2 matches left. We are getting down to the final qualification matches. Red Alliance, welcome 68-31.
From Hood River, Oregon, AO5 Annex, now that the microphone's on.
They're joined by 59-70.
They're from Beaverton, Beavertronics.
And round rounding out our Red Alliance, 957.
From Albany, Oregon, it's Swarm.
Representing our Blue Alliance, 2950.
Then from Portland, Pandemonium.
Joining them is 4662.
From Scappoose, Oregon, bite-sized Robotics.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 2374.
From Portland, Jesuit Robotics.
All right, drivers, step behind those white lines, please. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match 54, our second to last, our penultimate match, to use a word I just love. And it's underway with a bunch of Coral score coming at you from the Red Alliance primarily so far. 26 points on the board. 3 level 4 Coral scored for 7 points a pop. Much of that coming from just the Swarm machine alone. Swarm is Albany's team, that 957 bot you see. It also has the very bright and artsy LED signboard. And if you missed the sponsors pane, or sorry, if you missed the logos pane, you can see the sponsors pane flipping through at about 100 characters a millisecond, zipping on by. I think it's actually tied to the speed of the robot, but don't hold me to that. Minute and 44 to play. Red Alliance leading now by about double. We'll see what the Blue Alliance is up to try and catch up to this here. There's Pandemonium. No, Jesuit Robotics lining up on the interface of the Blue Alliance reef. And they balance the Coral on top rather than actually sliding it the rest of the way down. That'll dangle there for maybe 5 points for a while. We'll see how that one shakes out later. Bite-sized Robotics, outer edge of the Blue Alliance reef now lining up on level 3, potential for 4 points there. And their third Alliance member is parked over here in Red Alliance territory, right in front of the driver's station. They seem to be stuck on something, so their defensive operation is going to need some further calibration later on. It leaves it A05 Annex wide open there on the Red Alliance top left corner of the field. Interface they go. Algae bouncing around, but they're able to also bounce, coincidentally, the Coral onto level 3 of the reef, and then they bounce their wheels off the ground several times as they try to get all 4 of them firmly planted back on the ground. Thankfully, gravity is a great friend and helped them out with that one, so they're now back in it with another piece of Coral, and they will zip right back around to the inner edge of the reef. And they go off balance once again, crab walking their way around in Red Alliance territory. Sonar pings sounding. 2 red robots parked under the barge. Up in the air goes Beavertronics. Total of 14 points showing here under the barge for red. Just kidding, make that 24 as we get Swarm airborne as well. 0 Blue Alliance contestants joining us under the center barge at the end of the match. So that looks to probably seal the deal here for the Red Alliance. But we'll get a final result to you, well, final for match 54 in just a moment. Match 54 is in the books. The Red Alliance takes that one home. Final score 147 to the Blue Alliance's 60. 5 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams. Swarm defends their number 1 ranked position that they came into this match with, and gives a nice boost to each of their alliance partners as well, up into the mid-20s. We'll be right back for one more quals match in just a moment.
All right, before we start our final match of the day, I just want to make one more reminder that we do have an alumni photo down here on the field after this last match. So if you are an alumni, if you know an alumni, make sure that you are down here on the field so that we can take your beautiful picture. With that, let's do this one last time. Red Alliance, welcome 5975.
They're out of Portland, Beta Blues.
Pardon the construction. Up next is 5468.
From Bend, Chaos Theory.
Rounding out our Red Alliance is 997.
They're out of Corvallis. That's Spartan Robotics.
Over on the blue side of the field, welcome 9567.
From Vancouver, the Stormbreakers.
They're joined by 9430.
Out of Salem, C-Tech Robotics.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance is 4043.
From Yamhill County, Nerd Herd.
All right, drivers, please step behind those white lines. We will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Match number 55 is moving our final qualification match of the evening. Blue Alliance with a slight lead here, but we'll see if Chaos Theory is able to help catch this one up, and it looks like in quick order they will, and then exceed it 27-23 when everything comes to rest. And now drivers will take control one last time for the evening. Full 3-on-3 match here with both sides fully populated, it looks like. Yep. Red Alliance making quick work here, heading to, whoa, heads up. Friendly fire on the Blue Alliance side, and we've got a flipped over robot, C-Tech Robotics, getting tipped over by their Alliance partners there. We'll see if the Alliance partners are then able to rebound them back onto all four wheels. But meanwhile, that means we do have, well, pause. We had a 3-on-2 power play, and then a very similar situation just happened on red. Chaos Theory stuck on top of a piece of algae over here in the Red Sea, and they're going to remain stuck there for a moment here. Spartan Robotics out of Corvallis trying to fish them out of this situation. This functionally means we're down to one red robot, and they're playing defense and almost tipping over the 40-43 machine. Last match of the day, and we decided wheels on the ground is overrated, apparently. Chaos Theory back on all four wheels, or all six wheels, or whatever it is. They are moving with the help of their Alliance partner, Spartan, there. And then all sorts of contact and flying around happening over here on the Blue Alliance side of the field. It looks like we were trying to right the C-Tech machine while that C-Tech machine was pushed up against the Blue Alliance reef. It's a bold strategy. Looks like our elevator's down here from the Nerd Herd. They're going to come over here and try to play defense against the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, despite being down to like one functional or one offense robot at this point, was still in the lead up until just now. Lead flips to favoring red. Chaos Theory up on top of the bumpers of Nerd Herd. They appear to be stuck in the Coral Station feeder now. Out of 2.5 minutes in this match, I think less than 10 of these seconds have had all four wheels on the ground for all robots. Red Alliance, Chaos, or not Chaos, Beta Blue's machine, parked under the barge, 2 points so far. Can they get airborne on the shallow cage? No, they cannot. Blue Alliance with one parked robot and one airborne robot. That's going to be the Nerd Herd. Despite all of that madness, we have a score and it's separated by just 3 points. The Red Alliance pulls off the victory in one interesting finish for the day. 109-106. 4 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams. Chaos Theory holds on to the number 2 ranked position. With that, their Alliance partners both move up a good ways in the leaderboard as well. Beta Blues especially thankful they're moving up into 16th. All Blue Alliance machines scooping up 2 ranking points towards their average, but they'll all slide down just a little bit in the leaderboards. And that is some sort of wrap for today. Match 55 is in the books. And folks, remember our first match tomorrow morning is at 9:15 after a 9 a.m. opening ceremony, so be here. See you tomorrow. Drive safe, folks.